classic. Yeah, yeah. Now we definitely, it's not the same job, huh? Because and you can see the rate is much more. That many people, when they are, I know that Big is calling me during the week, and it's difficult on the water to speak about the way sometimes. That's where you are making it so many times that you are understanding what's happening. For me, without to say, without to see what's happening suddenly, it's difficult to stay outside on the water and to see what's happening. So it's a job.
Yeah, it's something you have to learn. Yeah. It's something that you must experience and develop. I've been working in that for over 8 years.
It's only this, it's always the same thing.
But that can be harder because you don't have so much going on. If there's too many birds, you can't see what's going on. And if there's too few, there's not enough for it. It becomes more sensitive. I've enjoyed this very much. I am enjoying it.
We enjoy that you are here. It's really important. So and now, I can take. No, no, no.
Yeah.
You are coming back, huh?
Okay. Of course. And you know there's a cafe that's the coffee is really good.
Yesterday speaking with Patricia.
Yeah.
I mean, she is on the people side, not on the racing side. And she asked me to help her to organize the manager. And I told her, many people are very nice. We can help with it. But how can we help if we don't understand the concept? For me, the concept must be like a championship football or if we find a special place for this event in the whole that idea is not and not the sport side is important in this year. It's the side she can open many doors from sponsor. And it's not so easy to have a product and some people they are able to sell. For me, I can sell to the seller, but to the sponsor, it's much more easier to bring the money from me as to speak always with others. That she is able to do this. For us, it's important because it's not only about money, but if you can drive non-Robert, Lamborghini, only boat, it's not important.
Yes. I understand it elevates the event.
Absolutely. So, it's not because this is you are all the oh, yeah. So,
Anyway, nice to see you.
we are coming back.
See you later.
Have you had fun?
welcome back to day 3 of the Star European Championship from gorgeous Gaeta. And what a day 2 we had. A very memorable day. Bish, bash, bosh. There was some serious snakes and ladders. 2 massive incidents out on the race course, with 2 of the favourites getting hit before races with bow damage, with holes in boats. It was an incredible day 2, and we'll bring you some of those interviews later on in the show today. We've only got less than 10 minutes. In fact, it's just under 8 minutes to go to the start of race 5. So we'll be going out to the race course with Virtual Eye shortly. And there we go, sweeping down off the Arunchi mountain, which is causing this fantastic sea breeze. Apparently there's about 11 knots out there at the moment from 240. Similar conditions expected for day 3. And there we go, there's a scoreboard, and 13.3 Rohart and Guidu. That tells the story. Rohart and Guidu won race 3 yesterday, but did not compete in race 4. They were holed just before the start, went in, eventually got redress and average points for race 4, and that's enough to put them on the top of the leaderboard. Second, Turbine Grail and De Almedia, they got 2 second places yesterday, and they got those with, believe it or not, the bow completely crunched in. And we'll have some interviews with both Grail, Torben Grail and Rohart later on, and we'll find out about all that. Lars Grail, he still had a great day yesterday, and he was in first position but dropped to 3rd place after scoring a 3rd and a 12th. And Reynolds and Lambertengi, they scored a 7th and a 3rd yesterday, just dropped 1 place from 3rd to 4th. And Augie Diaz and Bruno Prada, they're now in 5th place, having scored a 4th and an 8th yesterday, holding on to that 5th place. Not a good day for Pascalato and Boning, dropping to 6th. Lofsted and Sundman held on to 7th. Neto de Freitas 8th. Hungarian Tenke with Bezarete had another great day to go 9th. And then some young Brazilians, we'll hear them later. Brigioni and Sansoni had a great day yesterday to get 10th. But right now, let's hear from Xavier Rohart. Xavier Rohart, day 2 of the Star Europeans here in Gaeta will be one you'll remember. Please tell us why.
Day 2 is always the day to show up on the result. So we take lots of risks on the race 1. We were really aggressive, and then we won this race. So we were really happy, leading the championship. Everything was looking good, and the boats were perfect. And in between the 2 races, an Italian guy didn't saw us and crashed us in the middle. So the boat is heavily damaged, and we were not able to race the race 4. So we had to come in, and so bad luck is on us again. But we try to repair for tomorrow and catch some good points.
And right now you're waiting to speak to the jury. I believe you've asked for dress, is that correct?
That's correct. So everything is not in our hands now. Normally the jury is more okay with this kind of situation because it happens. So we have the appointment with the jury in a few minutes, and we see what the decision will be. But we hope to have some redress, and maybe some good redress for us.
We left it hanging yesterday. We talked to you yesterday. You were just about to go into the jury room. What was the decision?
The classic decision. So we get the redress, and it's average point on all races we did, except the one we didn't. So I think it's quite fair play, and we are still in the game for the title. So we are quite happy. We also launched the boat now in the water, and it seems not leaking. So it looks good for today.
And you were saying day 2 is always an important day in the regatta. What about day 3, Xavier?
So day 3 is the day of confirmation. Those 2 races will almost fix the podium in every way. So we have to continue the effort to go look forward and try to win races.
Bon vent. Bon vent indeed. There we go, down Monte Arunci to the race area with just under 3 minutes to go to the start of race 5. 4 legs. The legs are 1.7 nautical miles long, and we will be going. Fantastic, Ben. That's superb. So there you can see the beautiful town of Gaeta on the end of that peninsula there, and those mountains behind causing this wonderful sea breeze. And yeah, Ben, can we zoom in a bit and find out where a few people are? The names will start to pop up as the boats cross the line here. So very, very busy up at the committee boat end. The right side of the race course seemed to pay a lot yesterday. Interestingly, Reynolds and Lambertenghi are looking over to the left, and we had a little interview with Lambertenghi earlier on, and we'll play that later for you, but wouldn't mind betting they have a look at the left and go that way. Great to see Rohart and Guidou out there in the middle. Merkelbach and Bartel. Merkelbach and Bartel had Merkelbach was pretty angry during the day, having to do some penalty turns. Apparently, there were some new words in German that the race committee found out there. But they're back out there. They're still in the fight. They're still carrying that OCS. But after this race, they can drop that OCS, and Merkelbach, who at the moment is quite down the pecking order in 15th, he's going to zoom up the ranks after this race, almost certainly. So just 1 minute to go, and I believe we have Rachele Vitello out on the race course. Rachele, what can you tell us?
Yeah, good afternoon from the Gaeta Golf. Today is a different day from the previous 2. It's a bit, it's partially cloudy, and it's the first time that happened. Nonetheless, we have the thermal breeze coming in, as you said, from the southwest, and it's actually turning right already. So the boat, we see the whole fleet on the start line, but they are all being on the committee boat end. So I'm at the opposite. I'm at the pin end, and there are very few boats here. We already see some white tips on the waves coming from southwest, so from Mount Orlando, the aperture. And it's the boats are off, they're starting, and well, we can see a bit of confusion, a bit of a mess down at the committee end. So there's a reed going by with, so it's a general recall. The general recall, they have yellow and black flag, so striped, it's general recall lure. So we're going to do it all again. So the mess that I was seeing at the committee end, it was an actual mess. Oh, and Roat is coming actually my way, so they were starting in the middle of the line. But anyway, it doesn't count anymore because they all have to do it again.
Okay, Rachele, thank you very much for that. Rachele Vitello out on the race course for us there, and as she points out, we've got some eager beavers out there, and the wind seems to have favoured the right-hand side of the course, and we were watching there on virtual quite a few boats over in the middle, and there we go. Can we just zoom in on those boats there, please? Let's see if we can see who the culprits were. Colino and Colino. Oh my word, is that's Augie Diaz and Bruno Prada. Just picking out a few. There's Simeone and Ela. Simeone knows this area like the back of his hand. Glunden, Bells, Rifle and Gouda. And then we've got some more over here. There's a couple of Germans over. And then, can we go up to the pin end? There's one guy. How far over is Lofsted and Sundman? They got out of jail there. We've got Kathleen Tock back here, and I've got to say, Lofstad and Sundman got out of jail there, didn't they, with that general recall?
Yeah, yesterday we saw them starting at the pin and both starts and having great starts and being on the line full speed at go, but they were very aggressive at that start. And I'm sure they're thrilled that it's a recall. And it was unusual to see people over in the middle of the line as well. Yesterday we saw people holding back quite a bit in the middle of the line. So I'm sure we could see another general recall here. But after the behavior yesterday, I'm sure they'll be more aggressive with putting up the black flag sooner than yesterday.
Yes, okay. I think be interesting to see whether they decide to move that top mark. We will try and get some news out on the race course to see what's happening. But 6th of June is a big day for Augie Diaz, I believe. I believe Augie's going to be blowing out some candles later on. Let's see why. I understand today, the 6th of June, is your birthday. Is that correct?
It is my birthday, but now at my age, I'm trying to forget my birthday, and everybody walking by the parking lot here, all my friends and competitors are all saying, "Happy birthday, Augie, happy birthday." So I'm feeling old.
What do you want for your birthday?
I want to make a good performance, to do a good job for Bruno, because otherwise I fall down the list of people that Bruno will sail with. I got to keep pushing myself up.
Best of luck today, Augie Diaz. Having a laugh there. Kathleen just whispered something to me. Go on, Kathleen. Tell the viewers at home what you just said.
Bruno's gift to Augie today, he actually said that he could sail however he wanted. He didn't even have to sail well today because it was his birthday. He could do anything.
What, including being over the line at the start?
They've been concerned about their starts. Yesterday they weren't too pleased. And being kind of behind after the start, but really working their way up the fleet. You use a lot less energy if you're in the front at the very beginning. But I was surprised to see them jumping the gun like that.
Yeah, but they've been very, very consistent, and after this race there is a discard. So, maybe Bruno's actually saying be a bit more punchy today, because, they could get that flyer or get that bullet, and it doesn't really matter if they discard it.
Actually, they haven't sailed a really bad race. So the discard isn't going to help them all that much. One of the things they were doing yesterday was starting in the middle of the line, and they were seeing a lot of success with other competitors who were starting at the pin end or the boat end. So they were talking this morning about moving themselves down the line, and I see them a little bit more towards the pin than they were yesterday. And definitely more punched. But they were punched with the boats around them, and that's the thing, is when you're in a group of boats, you have to listen for the boat off your back. Are they trimming in? Because if the boat off your back trims in and the boat to leeward of you is trimming in, it doesn't matter if they're going. You won't be seen if you go with them. And if you don't pull the trigger with them, then you're already behind, and they're going to roll you.
Okay, are we looking at a restart here, guys, on Virtual Eye, or is we don't know yet? Okay, we're just doing a little replay of what's going on out there, and Kathleen's just given me a thumbs up on the committee boat. Why is that, Kathleen?
Because the committee boat you're seeing on the Virtual Eye is a nice motorboat, and we have a beautiful classic-looking sailboat out there on the starting line.
Okay, apparently a beautiful classic sailboat on the starting line. In fact, you know what? The problem with the classic sailboat is that all of the management team here, they've all gone out on it, and we haven't got Super Mario to make us our coffees at the moment.
Oh no, but we do have a good pasticceria across the street where we could probably get some good pastries.
Okay, and let's talk about Augie's birthday. Where are you going to go tonight for Augie's birthday?
Well, unfortunately, there is a regatta dinner, but I
Wow.
do have a couple bottles of champagne right behind me
Come
here.
on, come on. Augie doesn't know this. Let's see what Augie's getting.
Do you want me to bring out the cheap ones or the expensive ones?
Oh, the expensive ones. There we go. Now that's a beautiful bottle of Prosecco Superiore. And that's why you were a little late on parade. You're behind a lady with a lot of change in the supermarket. Is that right?
I had an other lady in front of me in the supermarket. It was the shortest line, but there was nobody in it, and I didn't know why. And as soon as she got to the register, she pulled out all of her groceries and then 2 huge bags of coins.
Well, some Prosecco for Augie Diaz later on. Any news from the race course team? Still haven't been told. Well, we have got Rachele Vitello out there. I'm not sure if you can hear me, Rachele, but if you can, any news, Rachele?
Yes, they're getting ready for the second start. Actually, the first start of the day, the second try. And the 5 minutes is going down, I think. So they're already lining up, and it looks like they're gonna. Most of them are gonna choose the committee side even this time. So we're still in the early setting for the start. There's one news: the weather forecast sees some thunderstorm happening in England in the late afternoon. So if that would come in early, and from the clouds I see over the land, it might happen. That will kind of change the condition of the wind, because it would stop somehow the thermal breeze come in, and that would create some interesting situations for race 2 of the day. So we'll have to keep an eye on that.
Okay, Rachele,
the boats are lining up.
Yeah, we'd love to know when the race start is, Rachele. Oh, we got it. We got 1 minute and 25 seconds to go. And I'm going to put Kathleen on because, I'm going to put Kathleen on, Rachele, because we can see that there's a lot of boats up at the committee boat end, but there's some big names down at the pin end. Kathleen.
Yeah, once again we've got Mark Reynolds and Sergio Lambertini jockeying for a start at the pin end, and also you have the Germans Merkelbach and Bartel and Torben Grail, and they're all lining up down there. And we saw these guys down here yesterday having success starting at this end, particularly the first race where there's a little bit more left in the race, and later in the day saw people who were favoring the boat end. But interestingly, this morning we have lots and lots of boats at the boat end.
Yeah, thanks for that, Kathleen. And that really does look like a bunch up there. And we've still got 30 seconds to go, and there's a lot of boats very close to the line up by the committee boat. Ben's just taking us up there. We'll see what's going on. The business end might be down the other end, but yeah, that's a great view there. Still 10 seconds to go. And the boat's up at the committee boat end, look in danger. There's one popping out. Ooh, he looks well over there. We'll wait to see. Some boats not being able to get in at the committee boat end. I think that was De Freitas, who had to have a late start there. Ben, could we just zoom in on that German flag boat that is currently furthest forward? Pauschen Knoll. Let's see whether they continue, but very competitive start there.
And some of the competitors were saying yesterday that it's very difficult to hear the horns out on the water, that unless you're at the race committee boat, you can't hear the individual recall horn or even the start horn.
And I think that, Rod's just pointing out, thank you, Rod, from Virtual Eye, another general recall. So that's 2 general recalls. Yesterday we had 2 general recalls, and we know what happened next. It was a black flag start. Nobody got caught on that black flag, but it's certainly getting very, very competitive out there on day 3 of the Star Europeans. So more frustration for the boats that started correctly, but very competitive out there. It was interesting to see Reynolds and Lambertenghi down at that pin end with some other boats, and perhaps a bit later on we'll have an interview with Lambertenghi about why they liked that pin end yesterday. Andy, you haven't got it ready to go, have you? My word, I'll tell you what, we're like a coiled spring today here in the TV studio. Let's have a chat with Sergio Lambertenghi from Torbole. Okay, we're talking to Sergio Lambertenghi from Torbole, who's sailing here with Mark Reynolds as crew. And we wanted to talk to you about a particular moment today. You had a fantastic start in race 4. Just talk us through that, please.
Yeah, we had a good start. I mean, we were trying to get the pin because it was very favorite, 10 degrees or more, maybe. 1 minute before the start. Well, right after the start, maybe 1 minute later, it was not really. It came out that it was not really a good choice to be there because we had a wind shift on the right, so all the people starting on the vessel they were quite advantaged, but we were quite free of get the full power, full speed. So we managed to, when we got back, we managed to be still in the middle of the fleet. Then what happened? That at the first mark, there was lots of current, and we were over the ley line, and we were lucky about this because we did some more distance, but we were fast, we were free, and we just crossed around the bunch of people who were fighting to pass the mark. So we were lucky, and we came out in front of the fleet.
And a really up and down day today. And looking at the really big picture, the boats, the teams that are at the top there. There's been a bit of turbulence up there, and I think Reynolds and Lambertenghi have gained from that. How do you see it?
Because we were lucky because we came here just for having some holiday, because I'm sailing usually with Diego Negri, and he's sailing with other Americans guys, and he was asking to the boatyard if there's someone who can join him to have here the regatta, and I was free because Diego is involved in the Dragon World Championship this week, so I decided to come with Mark, which is a really kind person. He's really nice to sail with because you can learn something from everyone you can sail with, but Mark is like a monument in the star class because he's sailing the stars. It was already one of the good ones when I started 25 years ago.
And a long day on the water out there for about 4-5 hours. We had 2 general recalls, black flag, stress, tiring. How do you manage that? You can't be 100% going for it all the time.
Not really, because I'm not really well trained this season, because we were at the top. I was at the top when we went to Nassau last year and in December. Then we had a loose winter, going skiing and everything, so I'm not at the top right now. When you have one of these hard days, you just manage to be, I'm trying to manage to be an average 90% of not at the top, but trying to keep 90% the whole day until the end, because I know that when it's getting later during the day, people is getting tired, and if you still are, if you're not, you were not at the top of the start of the day, but if you're still 90%, it's quite good at the end of the day.
Okay, Sergio Lambertenghi, thank you for talking to us today.
Thank you.
He really is a wonderful man, and after that interview, Sergio told us that the best mozzarella in the world is made here in Gaeta, And last night, the Virtual Eye Star Sailors League team, we didn't eat in the hotel. We ventured out. Rod said, come on, let's go down the Old Town. And we went to Massimo Poppola's restaurant and had a fantastic steak and we had some gelato afterwards. And apparently we went to the same place as you, Kathleen. What was the gelato place called again?
I think that's the world famous Pinguino Gelateria.
And what flavors did you go for?
Well, I'm kind of stuck in a rut because I had the Nutella yesterday and the day before, and it's so good. So it's a Nutella ice cream, which is chocolate and hazelnut.
Nutella. Wasn't that your? Yeah, Ben, you had the Nutella as well, didn't you? Andy, what did you go for? Scirocco Rocco. Rod, the man who made it all happen. Stracciatella, the classic. Yeah, he's grinning from ear to ear. Just talked about that. Oh, we were at a regatta, aren't we?
Yeah, but everyone's eating gelato, so it's just a part of the regatta.
Okay. 2 general recalls. They don't have any gelato out there, do they? How long to go, guys? Oh, my word. Under 2.5 minutes. We better get back to this. So, 2 general recalls. What are you thinking out there, Kathleen? I asked you the same question yesterday. Is it different today?
Well, I think this start, they're going to control themselves just like the third start yesterday morning. And I think people are pretty much going to be lining up in the same place they were in the previous 2 starts. You still see Reynolds and Lambertini over at the pin. I'm sure that Lofstedt and Sundman are over there. You'll probably see Torben very close to them. However, we did have some comments yesterday that people thought the line was a little short, which might account for these general recalls. But we have been noticing that at the pin end, it's a lot more open. So I think people tend to bunch up towards the boat, and they just see boat after boat and think that, oh, the line is short. But if they just went down towards the pin, there'd be more space. And, of course, Lofstedt and Sundman and Mark Reynolds are hoping that they don't go down that end because they're getting nice, clear starts with lots of space to put the bow down, accelerate, and be full speed at go.
Yeah, and Lambertini was saying that they were free, they had good boat speed, and on this course where it's difficult to predict which side works, boat speed is really important. Always is, I suppose, but boat speed must be king on this race course, eh?
Yeah, because they're sailing keel boats, heavy boats. It takes a lot of time to get your boat speed up to full speed. And if you have to be controlling your speed on the line 5 seconds, 10 seconds before the gun, worried about boats around you, you're not going to be at full speed at go. So if you have a spot on the line with boats not around and you can put that bow down and get that heavy boat moving at 10 seconds, 12 seconds, you're going to have an advantage over all the other boats at go.
Okay, well, here we go. 35 seconds to go. And as Kathleen was saying there, being able to put your bow down, if you've got that space to leeward, you can accelerate. And certainly it looks like Torben Grail and De Almeida, they want the pin. They're having a good old tussle there with it. Looks like Rohart and Guidou. And there was certainly some match racing going on there. And 987. Torben Grail put the bow down there, so he's accelerating and not going too close over the line. And well, Torben Grail looks clear this end, but there was certainly a boat in the middle that looked very, very dodgy. We'll wait and see what happens. But Torben Grail won the pin, and off he goes. But out there on the water, Rachele Vitello, what can you tell us, Rachele?
I see 2 golden stars fighting here at the pin end. That's quite interesting. It's like a match race, and we know Torben is good at match racing. Certainly he's done more than Rohart. Other than that, the line, the start was clear. Everybody was more conservative than the previous one. Of course, that's what happened to the black flag. And I can see Torben already taking some advantage on Rohart. So actually now Rohart is crossing at the stern of Torben Grail with Sebastian Guidou hanging out strongly in order to help his helmsman to recover, but they didn't win this the start with Torben. And they're here. They're like 10 meters from me, and they're pushing it hard. Both Torben and Xavier Roark. You can see that from their faces, from the strength they're putting into the act of sailing. So it's very good to see that. And I believe Torben already took the lead of the fleet. Probably the left side was the best one. And of course, these two champions knew it, and they picked it. As the right side of the fleet is slowly going into the race course.
Raquel,
The
thank you very much.
weather situation is the same.
Thank you very much for those eyes on the water. And as Raquel points out, we've got two gold stars having a cracking battle in boats that have been patched up and put back together, and they're both at the top of the leaderboard and both at the top of this race. Not quite according to Virtual Eye, but very much so. So that's Xavier Rohart, Torben Grael battling it out at the pin end start. And Kathleen, it looks like Rohart's a bit lower than Torben Grael. Talk us through what's going on there.
Yeah, it looked like after the start that Rohart and Guidu had a hard time holding their lane above Torben, and they want to go fast for a long time without having to tack right now. So what they did is they bore off a little bit to get some clear air, and that puts them below Torben, but at least they're in clear air and can have speed again. If they stayed where they were immediately after the start, they weren't going to have a lane. There's no way they could hold that, and they would just lose distance behind them. So they go to leeward and get clear air, and then they've got speed up again, and will probably gain.
Okay, and thanks for that. I'll tell you what, Ben. You know, we're talking about the battle with Torben Grael and Xavier Rohart, but Reynolds and Lambertenghi. Can we find where they are, please? Can we zoom in on Reynolds and Lambertenghi? They're not doing too badly. Yeah, they're right in there as well. Okay, so at the moment it's at the top of the leader boats. It's all boats on the left-hand side. So early on in this race, the first of today, the left-hand side looks like it's paying. That's interesting because the first general recall, there was a huge number of boats up at the committee boat end, so unless something dramatic has changed, you know, the boats up at that end were not getting it right. So let's see it now. The Torben Grael is now opening up quite a substantial lead according to Virtual Eye of 15 metres, and you know, and it's very early in this race. We've been going under 5 minutes. But that's quite a commanding lead, wouldn't you say so, Kathleen?
Yeah, it helps when you start on the right end and have clear air. But they had you could tell they wanted to be there. They had a mission, and they were able to do it. And because that end wasn't so crowded, once again, they were at full speed at go. And unfortunately for Xavier, his positioning wasn't as good, and he had to go to leeward of Torben after the start. But we can see he's catching up slowly, meter by meter.
Okay, thanks for that. And for the benefit of all the race fans at home, let's just move that scoreboard down, Ben, and see the below the top 20. Thanks very much.
So there we've got boats who started at the boat end and have tacked off and gone on port tack to the other side. That tended to work in the later part of the day yesterday. It's a little bit risky here in the morning, but when you're on that end, you can't keep going to the same side as the rest of the boats because you end up having no leverage. So these boats have tacked off. They're going to the other side, hoping that a shift goes in their favor, and they're building leverage on the rest of the fleet. And there we've got 10K and Bezzaretti, who had a great day yesterday. So they've obviously have good speed. Now they're hoping that the breeze is going to shift and go in their favor.
Okay, thanks for that, Kathleen. And yeah, Ben, can we just have a look at the speeds at the moment? Yeah, so there we have it. You can see... I know there are only slight differences, but I'd say Lars Grail, he looks like he's had a lot of speed from the get-go, from the start of this regatta, and he seems to be pushing the higher numbers there. All these boats are the same. How can Lars have a quicker boat?
Well, the boats aren't all the same. The boats are definitely there's differences between them. It's differences in their mast that they're sailing. They could have a mast that's really good in these conditions. The sails that they've put up, I think people are having to put up, as Mark Reynolds said, a good all-purpose sails because they start the day in lighter breeze and then it builds and it's pretty breezy by the end of the day. But it's the crew work. It's how hard the skipper is hiking. It's a very physical boat. So out there, Lars is going fast. It's not just his boats and his sails, but it's also how hard he's hiking, how hard his crew Samuel is hiking. It's a lot of things that go into making the boat go fast.
Yes, and Lambertenghi was talking about the fact that it's early in the season and he might not be in the peak of his fitness for the season, and you can understand that. But he was also talking about working at 90% of what you're capable of. That pacing yourself, is that important?
Yeah, pacing yourself is huge for the crews, also for the skippers. And it's actually really, really hard to do. These are very long days, long windward legs. And so the skipper, upwind, is having to hike. And by that, they're leaning their weight out. Some of them are doing it with straight legs, kind of laser style or fin style. Others are doing more of a relaxed type of hiking called droop hiking. It's a huge amount of energy used in your quads and your back. And at the same time, they might be working the main sheet, and that's our muscles. For the crew, they're also hiking as well. They're over the side of the boat, but they're also like playing the jib and moving their body weight in and out. But from that angle over the side of the boat, it takes a lot of energy to move your weight in and out. It's like doing crunches or sit-ups for almost a mile and a half. So it's a lot of energy. And the first race of the day, if you're doing well, you expend all your energy, particularly on the first beat, because you've got all this energy. It's the beginning of the day, but they have another race after this, and they need to conserve it so they can have that energy all the time. And it's really hard mentally to do, to pace yourself.
Okay, and as Kathleen was pointing out, getting leverage on the right-hand side, Tenka and Bezzaretti all the way over on the right are now leading this race in 9 minutes. 9 minutes in on the first beat. Thank you, Ben. Over to Tenki and Bezzaretti. And interestingly enough, Rohart and Guidu are now at least 14 metres ahead of Torben Gray and De Almeida. Can we just zoom over to the other side there and see how that's happened? Has Rohart tacked? Has Grail tacked? Let's have a look.
And that's actually incredible because the top two leaders are on the complete opposite sides of the race course.
Yeah, sort of in the balance round. Now let's that's Lars Grail and Goncalves. Well, Rohart and Guidu are still over on the left. Where is Torben Grail? Ooh, yeah, so it looks like there we have it. Torben Grail has decided that he's had enough of the left. He's heading over to the right-hand side. And Rohart and Guidu have not followed him. So it would be interesting to see how this one pans out. Just explain something to me, Kathleen. To go from one side of the racecourse to the other, that's a huge amount of gauge you're giving up. Why do you do that? Go the other way after you've gone all the way left?
Yeah, I think what's happening here is people have tended to believe in a right-hand shift up at the windward mark. And the other thing, too, is it could be a slight shift that they all decided to tack on, or it could be an increase in velocity. Because when you have to cross the course, you want to do that on a shift or an increase in velocity. So because you just have to get over to the other side. Torben was the first to go. That usually takes a little more courage. It's easier for everybody else to follow him. But as we see, Rohart and Guidu have tacked over and are heading over. So my guess is they probably went further for a little bit more pressure or also to build a little bit more leverage. Because being the first one to tack out, Torben kind of put himself more in the middle of the course, which can be a little bit riskier.
Okay, thank you for that. But as you say, Rohart and Guidu have now attacked back onto port, but wow, they are definitely out there on their own, aren't they? That's an interesting play from Rohart and Guidu. He said he was rolling the dice yesterday when they got that first place, and to my mind, that they look like they're rolling the dice today. And Rod here has just put up for us, thank you, Rod, that the fact that the two boats at the front there are over a mile apart on a race course which is only 1.7 miles long, which is quite incredible when you think about it. So let's also see, Ben, how far they've got to go to that top mark.
And that's one of the scary things about star racing, is the legs are so long that you build so much leverage on either side. That's why the last shift is so important, because if the wind shifts to the right, it's going to be Rohart. If the wind shifts to the left, it's going to be the Hungarians, and you don't know. And Rohart is obviously has his faith in the left-hand side, or also just his speed.
Okay, yeah, very, very interesting point. I tell you what, Ben, let's have a look who's right in the middle there. There's one guy right in the middle, just to the right of your green arrow there. Who's that?
Grail.
Oh, surprise, surprise, it's another Grail. Lars Grail and Dale Media. We won't be able to see all of their line, but it looks like they said, well, it might go left, it might go right. You know what? I'm going to go straight down the middle.
Yeah, and Lars and Dale Maida have really good company. They've got Mark Reynolds and Sergio Lambertagni just to leeward of them as well. And they both started near one another at the pin end.
And if I'm right in saying the phase they're in now, can we just go back to Rohart and Guidu there, Ben? Obviously they're on. Are they going to... Yes, so at the moment they have the advantage by quite some distance, 32 metres now on the other side of the course. And that's quite significant because they're coming in on port, aren't they?
Yeah, but also right now everybody is pretty much on port tack, which means that it is a left-hand shift. If it's a left-hand shift right now and they still have that distance to go to the windward mark, there's going to be a right-hand shift coming before they get there. And in that case, it should swing back in favor to the Hungarians and the people on the right-hand side of the course a little bit. But there's enough time for there to be one or two more shifts.
Yeah, very well put. Let's have a little. Don't. You can keep the top 20 up. Let's just see some of the. Look, Chatagny and Ducomont, the Swiss pair, in third. That's great. And hey, just as we said it, Augie Diaz and Bruno Prada up to fourth.
And they're over there on the far right side.
Okay, so they've now, have they tacked over there? I wasn't...
I can't tell right now.
Okay.
But they started more towards the middle of the line and went to the right.
Okay, and then Lars Grail and De Almeida. And then we've got another Italian pair who are doing well this race, Boroi and Borletto. And we've also got the Swiss Danisbro, and he's sailing with a Dane, Henrik Bonhoeffer. And they're going very well today. Good on them. Pozzati and Giacetti going well. Reynolds and Lambertenghi 10th. Losted Sundman in 11th. And Darglen and Kagesnemi. Yeah, a few people doing better today than they have done over the last 2 days. Also looking down there, Merkelbach not doing so well in this race today, race 5. He's down in 13th. So Ben, yeah, if we can just see how far to go to the to that top mark. Okay, so we're getting down to the business end of this leg, 1,000 meters to go. Looks like a fairly even spread both sides of the course and in the middle, hey?
Yeah, and we've got some boats on the right-hand side who are now tacking over and on starboard tack heading back the other direction. It'll be interesting to see when they meet up with the boats coming from the left-hand side of the course.
Yeah, and talking to a few of the competitors over the last 2 days, they've said that they overstood, particularly over on the right, and then the shifts come in, and that's really sorted them out. And look at a number of boats that look like they're way over the ley line there. Is that what they're predicting? That shift's going to keep coming in and move that ley line?
I did hear some of that. I also heard people talking about current as well up there on that side of the course. So, but I didn't have a clear sense of what the sailors. I understood what they thought, but I don't think there's a clear sense of what is actually going on up there. I've heard lots of different strategies for what's happening on the right-hand side of the course.
Yeah, well, this is a military base here for NATO, so and we can see the submarine pens and what have you out there. So there's probably all sorts of interesting things going on with the depth. And after such a great day for the Brazilian teams yesterday, the joke going around was there was a Brazilian submarine putting its propellers creating that current. But I'm sure that was just tongue-in-cheek. But there we have it with the full fleet converging on this first top mark. What are you thinking coming in here, Kathleen? Let's say you're tanking Bezzaretti out there on the right, just ahead of Diaz and I'll tell you what. Why now? Come on, let's go with Augie here on his birthday, up to second place. Diaz and Prada. Let's just zoom in on Diaz and Prada, please. See where their position is.
They were discussing this morning about playing the right-hand side of the course, mostly because of the right-hand shift over there, particularly at the top side of the course. But yesterday they were concerned that they had overstood the mark on 2 occasions. But there they are, and they're not quite on the ley line, which gives them a couple more opportunities to tack out if they get a bit of lane or if there's another shift. If you get too far on the ley line early, if there's a shift, you have to stay there and take it. And if you can't tack away, then you're losing when that shift comes. But they're positioned pretty well right now, just below the ley line. That gives them just another tack if they need it. And yesterday we saw them at the windward mark. They actually didn't make it. They were below the ley line and had to jibe around and lost 12 boats. And that was probably due to some current going right to left. But today they're almost just on the ley line, but with some room to jockey if they need to. I think that's a good place to be.
Yeah, absolutely. And birthday boy Diaz with Bruno Prada up to first place, and they're looking pretty snug there. As Kathleen points out, they've got plenty of space around them if they need to tack, if there is some current there and they need to put in a few more manoeuvres to get round that top mark. So great position for Diaz and Prada. Tenka and Bezzaretti are next in second place, and then there's a bit of a gap, but look at that, fantastic from the German pair Vatter and Morph, battling it out with Merkelbach and Bartel, who've made about 11 places in the last few minutes. But I have to say, at the moment on this beat, it's Augie Diaz and Bruno Prada smelling of roses here. Wouldn't you say so?
Yeah, they've had really good speed this series. It's just they've had some trouble getting off the line. And it's, as I said, it looks like they had a great start for this race. And it's easier to be in front when you start in front rather than having to work your way up through the fleet. And that also makes you really tired. So it helps to start out in front, conserve your energy a little bit more, and just go fast. What was interesting with the Germans right now is they've actually come from more of the middle of the course. We've seen the middle of the course kind of punch forward versus the edge.
Yeah, very very well pointed out. And Tenke and Bezzaretti look like they're overstanding here. They're a long way out on the right hand side, and if you do overstand, that means you're going to have to reach into the mark, but in a star, reaching into a top mark isn't good. Why is that?
Basically, when the stars put their bow down and they're not on a broad reach, they're not going to gain any more speed. They just have to basically work harder to keep the boat flat, so they have to hike a little bit harder, and the skipper has to work the main sheet a little bit more, so they're expending energy and not necessarily gaining any speed.
Yeah, and obviously by overstanding, they're sailing further as well. So their VMG is going to go down if they overstand. So and there we have it. Look at Tenke and Bezerete. They've lost meters on Diaz and Prada, and Diaz and Prada look like they're going to be round this mark first. So we've got just how long to go there, Ben? Got to be pretty close. About 200 meters to go, and looking pretty good. Now, obviously, they're in clear air there. Diaz and Prada, they're approaching the mark. Just run us through the actual mechanics of coming off the breeze. Obviously, at this top mark, the reach, and then going downwind after that spread a leg. Just well, I tell you, why don't we do that when they go round it?
Okay.
That's probably better, isn't it? You can talk us through, but they look like they're going to be clear ahead here. 35 meters, wow.
And right now the wind looks like it happens to be a little bit to the right, which is helping them out. So you'll see the distance lost by Xavier and the other sailors on the other side of the course. Now, those guys are hoping for one more shift back left, which will help them get some of that distance back. But right now, Diaz and Prada are on the lifted tack, headed towards the mark. And even if there is a shift, they have enough space over the ley line to put their bow down and not worry about a header if it came.
Yeah, thanks for that. So here we go, approaching that upwind mark. And yeah, we've got Torben Grail and Dale Media way low below it, and they're going to be coming in at a very interesting angle on port.
And their angle doesn't even look as good as Diaz and Prada and some of the boats off their back. Also with Reynolds and Lamborghini, it looks like they're almost in just a slightly different breeze with less angle.
Yeah, this looks very interesting with Torben Grail and Dale Media now on port. Reynolds and Lamborghini going to have to do the same. And there we go. There's Diaz and Prada around, and they're going on that spreader leg where they'll be going downwind. And Merkelbach and Bartel, that looked quite interesting. Something going on there with Tenke and Bezerete, the Hungarian team. And there we see Torben Grail coming into a lot of traffic and at a very sharp angle, and he's having to hook that mark. He's found a gap. A gap that opened up for him, or he opened up for himself. So interesting the angle that Torben Grail took into that. But I'll tell you what, right now we've actually got a great video of Bruno Prada showing us his prowess downwind. We've got a lot of boats going round here at the moment. We'll stay with it for the while, Andy. I think we'll just see these boats going round, and then we'll get that lovely video from Bruno Prada.
We've got some new names up in the top 10 here. We've got the Dutch Aller and Kloos. And in 5th place, we have the Swiss Danisbo and Bonhoeffer. So some new faces up in the front, as well as 2 Italians, Borio and Bortoletto, Danalone and Gaeta, also having a great race.
Yeah, definitely. The Italians are definitely starting to pepper that top 20. That's great to see. Danesbro and Bonhoeffer are staying in the same hotel as us, actually, and they're really nice guys. The Danish crew on there, he's a laugh a minute. He keeps coming in here trying to find out when start times are, doesn't he? He keeps trying to sneak a bit of information from us, but he's going to have to bring us in some goodies if we're going to give him that sort of info. Andy's having a good laugh on that. But anyway, we're going down through the fleet there, and it's certainly very tight. Oh my word, what was going on there? That looked quite interesting. We'll hopefully hear from Raquel at some stage, and she can tell us if there's any incidents. But right now, I think wouldn't be a bad time to get a real masterclass on downwind star sailing from Bruno Prada, the Star Sailor League #1.
Bruno, give us a quick masterclass in downwind sailing technique from the crew's point of view, would you?
Yeah, we are in a starboard. We are in the downwind. Downwind is the when the wind comes from behind. The sail is always open. It's a huge sail. One of the things that we do is that we roll the boat to get more speed. We have to synchronize between the crew and the skipper. This boat is a little bit slow, so we cannot do mistakes. And Robert is in control. He tell me what I should do because he's steering, so he has the control of the pressure of the rudder. So we have been sailing for 15 years, so we are pretty synchronized. And that's it. That's our boat downwind.
Bruno, it's quite unusual for a small boat like this for the crew to stand up there before the mast. Why is that? What are you doing?
Yeah, because I put my weight higher, and then we can roll the boat, make the roll easier of the boat. In this condition, it's pretty easy, but when we have big waves and strong wind, become very, very, very difficult. It's like surfing in a big wave. So the balance is very important.
And then obviously downwind, you can look where the wind is coming from. What kind of information are you feeding Robert?
Yeah, I'm in charge to give Robert information about where the wind, where the next puff will come from. But the final decision is always his decision. But I'm in charge to give him all the information about the wind.
And last question, how much fun is it crewing these boats?
Yeah, it's a fun. It's more fun because I'm with Robert and we are friends since childhood. So we have a lot of fun. And sailing with Robert here in Bahamas, this amazing place, I think a lot of fun.
Yeah, a lovely man and a lovely place. That's from the Star Sailors League final, which takes place in December. We'll have the third one there, and I can assure you that is a real celebration in the festive season. Meanwhile, back to the Star European Championship, Day 3, Race 5, and we're 30 minutes into the race, and wow, there you see it. Bruno Prada is absolutely extraordinary downwind, and Augie Diaz isn't bad either. And look at that, they pulled out 80 metres, over 80 metres on the fleet. And Kathleen was busy scribbling down some notes, not just about downwind sailing, but she was spotting a few things back at the top mark, or when they started to go downwind anyway. Kathleen, what did you see?
You know, one of the toughest things at the offset mark, especially when you're leading a race or in the top 5, is to decide whether you're going to jibe at the offset mark or continue to go straight. And as we talked about yesterday, this is a pretty big fleet, and so if you jibe immediately at the offset mark, you're putting yourself back into the bad air of the fleet coming upwind into their waves, and also you've got boats reaching across on that short leg between the windward mark and the offset mark, and the star mast is very tall, so it creates this big wall blocking the breeze. And we saw that Merkelbach and Bartel actually jibed pretty early around the offset mark, and we can't see them anywhere. Where can we get Merkelbach and Bartel? Because I think they rounded the windward mark in about 5th place and jibed right away, whereas Diaz and Prada continued to go straight and then jibed, and that seemed to have worked out very well for them.
Yeah, we'll find them for you, don't worry. But hey, come on, Augie, your Snipe crew member, he's way out there in front. It's his birthday. You've got Prosecco for him. How is Augie feeling right now?
Actually, Augie is always intense. I mean, he's in front and he just wants to build his lead. All the guys that are at the top, this is the way they think. They're not content with just being in front. They might slow up a little bit at the last windward leg if they know no one can pass them. They conserve their energy. But downwind right now, they're trying to build that lead. Now, also building a lead can be a little bit dangerous because if you go one way around the leeward mark with a big lead and the next boat goes a different way, it can be a little bit stressful. But these guys are just going speed forward. And Augie's had very good speed throughout the season downwind. He's very comfortable. He sailed many regattas with Bruno Prada, so their teamwork is pretty good. They're confident in their teamwork. And Bruno's got great eyes looking behind him for wind and looking at the fleet for positioning. It's the crew who has the eyes downwind. And it's Augie who's giving Bruno information about how to move his weight to steer the boat.
Okay, and thanks for showing us the full fleet order at the moment, Ben. But can we just zip back to the top? Thank you very much. And I tell you what, Diaz and Prada are doing some damage here because of the top 10 in this event. I can only see Torben Grail and Mark Reynolds up there, so this looks like a good points climb for Augie and Bruno. Hey.
Well, it looks like it right now, but we saw Lars Grail and his crew Samuel pull themselves out of a 30th place mark, rounding at the windward mark to finish 10th in the last race. These guys have the ability, they push, so you can't write off people this early in the game. And it is very easy to miss one shift, and when you have a long windward beat like they have coming up, actually two more, it's easy to make a mistake and fall back. But it's definitely easier being out in front because you get to tack when you want. Oh, there's a shift, I think I'll tack. You don't have to worry about a boat in your way. You can go where you want. So it's definitely easier to stay in the front when you're in the front.
Yeah, thanks for that. But the other point is, obviously, when you're in the front, you've got nobody to look at in front of you to see where the shift is. So I'm sure that Bruno Prada is going to be looking back, seeing what all the other boats are doing, looking at the water, looking at the clouds.
Yeah, he's definitely looking at that, and they're already starting to think about where they're going to go in the next beat. But they have a task coming up that's rather difficult, and it's the gate, and it's choosing which gate to go around. When you are the first boat and you have a big lead, it's up to you. And you don't get to see, you're not looking at any boat to the other side of you to see what their angle is. You can't compare another boat to the position of the leeward gate. So that's a difficult decision coming up, being in the lead so far as picking the right gate to go around. And I'm sure they're already looking at it and trying to figure it out.
Yeah, well, look at that. They are owning this race at the moment, 107 metres clear of the Hungarian Tenki Krug with Bezzaretti. So that's a substantial lead, to say the least. And let's yeah, thanks Ben. Just to zoom out, that's nice to see. I'd love to see what that's going to do to the points, because that's going to put I'm sure Diaz and Prada right up there, because we've only got Torben Grail there in with D'Almeida in 5th place, Reynolds and Lambertenghi in 6th. So I think this is going to be a big gain if they can hold on. But there's still, well, we haven't finished leg 2 yet, as you say. There's plenty of golf in this hole yet, eh?
Yeah, and it'll be interesting to see when the sea breeze fills in today. I think we started off today a little bit breezier than we had the 2 previous days, and the sea breeze definitely changes the game for some people. It'll make the upwinds a little bit tougher. They need to expend a little more energy, and you have even more of a right side favor when the sea breeze comes in.
Okay, marvellous. Let's I tell you what, Ben, let's just have a look at, we've got 4 Italian boats in 8th to 11th place there. Let's just zoom in on the guy in 8th, Boroi and Bortoletto. So Baroy and Bortoletto and Simeone and Illa. Luca Simeone, he is such a popular guy here, isn't he, Kathleen?
Yeah, I think he almost might be the mayor after the Pinguino family that owns the Gelateria. Probably the second most important person in Gaeta. And he's an incredible host for all the sailors and all the sailors' friends and families here at the regatta. And it's great to see him up there in the standings. He's been sailing the Star for a long time and is a huge contributor to the Star class.
Yeah, because, you know, we're here in Gaeta because the racing conditions are just fantastic. But it's not just about that. It's about the warm welcome. It's about the huge amount of work that goes into holding an event like this. You know, just the buildings we're in now and the services. People give up a hell of a lot of their time, don't they?
Yeah, running a regatta is a major feat, and it is also incredible that Luca is sailing in the regatta as well. Often sailors will help organize a regatta, but they won't run them, and it's really difficult, especially the first couple days of the regatta, because they know you're running the regatta. This is Luca's town. I'm sure everyone was coming up to him, asking him this, asking him that, and all the while he probably didn't have time to get to his boat and organize his program. That's just the way it happens. But definitely kudos to Luco for also sailing in the Ven and being able to sail at this level at this regatta.
Okay, wonderful. Well, we've got just under 600 meters to go, and yeah, we've also got the Coloninos. Do you know anything about the Coloninos, Kathleen?
No, but I think they're Italian.
Are they? You are a mine of information. Is that a father and son? Are you mushrooming me?
No, honestly, I really don't know them.
Okay, all right. Well, maybe we'll have a chat with them when they get in. I'm pretty sure that's a father and son. That'd be an interesting chat. So yeah, 500 meters to go. By the way, Rachele Vitello isn't having any gelato. The rib that she's in has been called into some mark laying duties. So perhaps, just perhaps, there's going to be a slight change to the course, but we'll wait to see. But yeah, so Diaz and Prada, they've got a substantial lead here coming into that leeward gate, and as Kathleen was pointing out, it'll be interesting to see which side they go. And I'm going to be really naughty here, and I'm going to say to Kathleen, you know, it's a 50-50. Which one?
I think they're going to go around the left-hand mark facing downwind.
Right, why is that?
The right-hand side of the course has tended to be favored, particularly in the later part of the day. And I think because the breeze has filled in a little bit earlier today versus the two previous days, it's even a little bit more important to go to the left-hand mark. However, Diaz and Prada have just jibed, which it's putting them in a position where they can around either mark right now. Okay,
and what do you think the conversation's like? Because I mean, Bruno Prada, he's a pretty damn good tactician himself. What's the discussion going on between crew and skipper here?
The two most important factors are which one of the marks at the gate is further upwind, and from that distance, it's actually really hard to tell. The marks are really big, but to tell which one is actually more upwind, meaning it's a closer distance to the next mark, it's really difficult to determine. I even have problems with that as a crew. Now Bruno Prada is standing up on the bow, has a better view, but still a long distance to figure out, you know, which one of those marks is more upwind. The other thing too is they're trying to figure out what the phase is. Is it a left phase breeze or right phase breeze as they come to the gate? And sometimes that might not even matter. They just want to get around the gate and go to the side that has been favored. But my guess is they're going to pick the gate that is the most upwind.
Okay, wonderful. Well, we'll see if you're right. Meanwhile, I think Rachele Vitello has finished her mark laying duties. Have you been pulling marks up, Rachele?
Yes, we've been helping people changing the course, and well, actually not the proper course. We had to help the mark guy do some work on the course. So I have to say, other than the bow 27 is going through the gate, choosing the right-hand mark. That is Ogirias, I believe. I have to say, weather-wise, the course is getting totally covered by clouds, and there are a few showers around the course. So there might be some changes in the next race if there is one. The wind is also dropping because of these the clouds moving towards the sea coming from the inland. There are some showers actually on the city of ISCYRA, which is right before Gaeta on the south coast. So we will see some changes, I believe, and we can already notice that the wind is dropping. So we were about 9 knots at the top mark. We are down to 6 maybe now. So we'll see some changes, Louis. And there are some fights on the left, on the right mark at the gate, but everything is clear for the jury. So there are very few boats choosing the left-hand mark. They're all going for the right. And it's Lars Greil among those choosing the left gate, either choosing or being forced to, because it was there in the first place. So, yeah, the boats are definitely slower than what we've seen them so far.
Okay, thank you, Raquel.
And,
Raquel, do you know the Colaninos?
Colanino just I know Nando personally.
Well, they're having a great battle with Luca Simeone.
Yes, it's the local fight. So we'll see tomorrow who's the winner for the Yacht Club Gaeta.
Okay, thank you very much for that. I think
they will have to pay drinks. They will have to pay drinks for a long time. The loser.
Ah, right. Okay. Well, we'll see how that goes on. But as you rightly say, there's a lot of boats going round that right-hand gate, and Kathleen here in the studio, she picked that one, and so did Diaz and Prada. And they've got a substantial lead, 37 seconds on Tenka and Bezzaretti in second. And good to see the Dutch team up there, Allard and Kloos in third, Reynolds and Lambertenghi in fourth, and Torben Grail and De Almeida in fifth, Merkelbach Bartel sixth, and the Swiss-Danish team of Danisbo and Bonhoeffer in seventh. Great to see them there. And eighth, Colaninos, just ahead of Luca Simeone and Ila. That's just 8 seconds. And Vatter and Morph in 10th. But look at that. Rohart and Guidu down to 11th, giving up 6 places to Torben Grail at the moment. And that would be just enough on the total point score for Torben Grail to take the lead in the Star European Championships. He'd also be shedding an 11 as a discard. So at the moment, it's Torben Turbine Grail winning the Star European Championship going into race 5. But we're seeing the boats going upwind for the last time in this race 5. Kathleen, any inferences on how how the boats are doing, where they're going?
Most of the boats who rounded the left gate the right gate. For us, looking at the screen, they're continuing to go to the right-hand side. There's only a few boats that have tacked away, but all the leaders continue to go to the right, and I think they'll go that way.
Yes, thank you, Kathleen. And a lot of them are past that ley line as we're seeing it on Virtual Eye. As you're pointing out, the reasons for that. Right side definitely favourite, but there we have it. We have Diaz and Prada up there. Ben, could we go for the? I can see we've got the 82 metres. Could we have the metres up on the scoreboard on the left? Yeah, great. Thank you, Ben. It's lovely. You can just wave a magic wand, can't you? Yeah.
And I think Torben and Almeida had a great grounding at the leeward gate. They got inside 2 boats, which really helped them out.
Thanks, Kathleen. Sorry, just having a chat with Andy there. He's got a cracking video that we'd like to play to you, but are we going to hold off, Andy? Are we going to let him see it? Oh, go on then. Yeah, so yesterday, Torben Grael and De Almeida got 2 second places, and they did it with a completely crunched up bow. We were worried about even talking to Torben straight afterwards because Torben is known to, shall we get a little bit passionate. Let's see what he had to say. Torben Grael, an interesting day. 2 second places is what we see on the scoreboard, but it's a bigger story than that.
Well, it was a busy day. We had a big incident with a German boat before the racing. We were sailing on starboard, looking at the line, and he was sailing on port and didn't saw us. We didn't saw each other actually, and unfortunately, big damage to the bow. Good thing we could still race. There was a lot of water coming in the boat, but we have enough wind to get the bailers going, so that was a good thing. And then the racing went very good. We did 2 good starts and made some right choices. It's not easy racing here. It's balance between shift and pressure, so it was a good day for us.
And we've now had 4 races, 5 races tomorrow. Discard. You're in a pretty good position, aren't you?
Yeah, but that's halfway. Still a lot of racing to go. A lot of things can happen, but it's still very good to have good results. And I think even the 11 is not a bad result if you see the level of the fleet. So. It's good.
And at the end of today, when you saw Fabio Marcello up ahead of you, taking their first ever win at the Europeans, what were you thinking?
Oh, we were glad for them. They have been sailing a lot and training and going to a fair amount of championships. So I think they deserve a good reward, and I think they got one. They were very excited, I think. And they sailed a pretty good race. They just went ahead and stay ahead and in control of the whole race. So it was a very good race for them.
And the Star World Championships are in Argentina. The Olympic Games are in Rio. The Brazilians very strong in the star class. Well, make a comment on that for us.
Well, I think the atmosphere of the class in Brazil is still very good, and it's very good racing, so we enjoyed the racing. People have kept sailing starboats and having a lot of fun. And more people have joined and is doing races abroad. So we have a pretty good Brazilian Navy going around. So Lars is heading the fleet, but he's doing a very good job on the Star. So it's amazing and very nice to see.
Torben, thank you very much. You've got a busy night ahead of you.
Yeah, we have to do at least enough repair so we can sail in good shape tomorrow.
We hope to see you there.
Thank you.
Torben Grael, we were talking to you last night with the bow of your boat all smashed up. This morning, race day 3 at the Star European. Tell us what's going on now, Torben.
No, we had a wonderful team, local team here working in the boat last night. So the boat is in very good shape, ready to race again. I'm very happy about that.
And this is day 3. What is the plan for today? What's the weather looking like today? Can you give us that?
I think it's pretty similar than yesterday, a little more clear on the land, so maybe the wind coming earlier, maybe a little stronger, I don't know. But looks like another very nice sailing day.
And discard will kick in after the first race today. Might that change tactics during the course of today, Torben?
I think that's a little too early. I think it's a big fleet, so you have to go there and do your best race. And then tomorrow you can make some counts. But I think today is just like a normal day. Just go there and make your best.
Wonderful. Thank you, Torben Grau. Wonderful, wonderful. The Brazilian Navy, as he put it. And one of those references was to Brugioni and Sansoni, and we'll be watching an interview with them later. And they're up to sixth here. We've got Lars Grael and Goncalves up to fifth, Tenka and Bezzaretti fourth, Torben Grael de Almeida third, and Vata and Morph up to second. Diaz Prada are very, very much clear, but that's a hell of a move by Vata and Morpha, and also Lars Grael and Goncalves. I was having a drink of water there, Kathleen. Were you paying attention?
Vata and Morph actually were in the top 10 after the first windward leg, and also in the top 10 when they arrived at the Leeward Gate. And they were the very first boat to choose the right-hand gate facing downwind, which seemed like a pretty risky thing to do. And it's panned out for them over there on the left-hand side of the course. And interestingly, Lars Grael also is over there on the left side of the course with them. There's still some distance to go to the windward mark, and right now the wind is in their favor. We'll see if that continues to remain that way. But the first beat, we had people coming in from both sides of the course, so this is definitely be interesting. Definitely risky being on that left side.
Yeah, well put out. But looking at that scoreboard, Diaz and Prada very much in the clear here in first position, but we've got a very close fight on our hands from second, probably all the way down to, I would say 10th. I'd say they've all got a chance here to get into that top three. So one of the closest races we've had, race 5, as Raquel was pointing out on the course. We have got a big change in the weather. There's some rain clouds moving in around the course, and usually when you get a change like that, particularly when it's rain coming, you do start to get some holes in the wind, and when one boat gets a puff and the other boat doesn't get it, that can make big differences. We're not just talking about shifts now, we're talking about potentially holes in that wind as well. Would that be right, Kathleen?
You definitely see that, and when the wind velocity goes down, also the shifts come at a much slower pace, so there won't be as many shifts out there in this upwind leg. So it becomes more difficult to build leverage. If the shifts don't come, if you've built leverage, then it's no good. It's actually just distance lost. And when the wind dies, it'll tend to go back the opposite direction from where it started. So this could explain why the left-hand side is being favored a little bit right now.
And, Diaz and Prada. Prada will be probably hanging out full bore, but do you think Diaz will have... I tell you what, Ben, is it possible for you to show us how far away Diaz is from Grael Goncalves? What's that distance? It's pretty massive, actually, isn't it? Oh, I love this virtual eye.
We saw this in the first beat with the Hungarians and also Xavier. They were 1.1 nautical miles apart, but almost 0 meters between them in terms of distance to the windward mark. So we're seeing a similar thing happen right here, and that's just 1,400 meters.
And you know what? The distance between Diaz, Prada, who are currently leading, and Grael Goncalves, that, according to Virtual Eye, has virtually halved. So that's quite interesting. Should point out on the International Star, there is no kind of electronic equipment whatsoever. They just have a compass. So, they're not able to see the graphics we're looking at, or I'm sure you've seen some of the software that modern race boats carry around and can take bearings with hand bearing compasses and everything else. They're not allowed hand bearing compasses, are they?
No, the most technology they have on their boats right now is the VHF radios, which are used at the start, and some people actually aren't in favor of having those radios on the boat. So technology is just the tactic compass, watching that. But I think what we're seeing right now is there was slightly more breeze on the left-hand side of the course. And fortunately for Diaz and Prada, it looks like it's starting to fill in on the right side again. But when the breeze dies like that, it definitely can make one side of the race course favorite over the other. And there's nothing that Diaz and Prada can do right now about Grail and Gonçalves and the other boats on the left-hand side of the course. They just have to keep going fast on their side and winning their side. They don't really have many tacks left to windward of them. They're just going straight for the mark.
Okay, thanks for that. I'm interested to see them as one of the furthest out on the right, whether that was intentional or the fact that there's a lot of boats now on starboard coming back over to the left-hand side. So it's interesting. It certainly looks a lot tighter if you look at the boats on the course, but Virtual Eye tells you exactly how far they are from the mark, and they're 97 meters closer than Grail and Gonçalves with a gauge of 1,400 meters. I mean, it's a hell of a tool, this Virtual Eye, isn't it?
Yeah, it's interesting when you talk to the sailors after racing. I was talking to Mark Reynolds yesterday about mark rounding, and he was talking about the distance he was from the Ukrainians at the leeward gate, and in his mind they were much further away than they were, and actually they were in front of him. So it's a lot harder in a big race course like this to tell how far you are from the other boats. And what we can see and what the sailors see is very different. It's a lot harder for them.
Yeah, for sure. So I'll tell you what, Ben, let's wave our magic wand and see how far Diaz and Prada are from that top mark. 660 meters. There we go. It's brilliant, this. I love this. I could play with this all day.
And it looks like it's a bit of a right-hand shift, which is definitely helping out Diaz and Prada, the Hungarians, Fada and Morf, and Torben. And we've got Lofsted and Sidman, who are right back up there again. These guys have been up there in the top for the last 2 days, sailing smart, sailing fast. They start at the pin end and somehow work their way magically up to the top. And it looks like Reynolds and Lambertini have fallen a little bit in the standard. They've been probably the most consistent boat through the whole series, almost always in a position between 5th and 7th. They had a second. They've been terribly consistent, and this is the lowest we've seen them in the standings. But I would bet we're going to see them climb up a little bit further before the race ends.
Yeah, very very well put. And Lofsted Sunderman, I honestly think their points tally doesn't show how well they've been sailing. They've had a couple of bad calls where they've been doing turns and lost some places. You know, so one or two incidents, whether it was their mistake or not, has cost them dearly. So they've sailed well. They've been peppering that top 10, but unfortunately they've been having incidents which have given them those other results. But they're still in 7th place, though. But yeah, they had a bad last race yesterday. But yeah, they're going to lose that discard. The discard kicks in. They're going to lose 16 points. They may not just stay in 7th. They may get up there. So wow, this is an incredibly close championship, isn't it?
It always is in the star class. It's just the level is so high. There's not a lot of room for error. And these guys are professionals. They make a mistake. They might have to do turns. They make a bad move, and they grind their way back up again. And that's the difference between the professionals. And I'm not talking just about the people who are paid and do sailboat racing for a living. But it's the amount of time that these sailors invest in training, in racing, that I think makes them professional. And just the amount of amount of years that they've been doing it. So the guys who are the professionals, the seasoned sailors, they make a mistake and they erase it from their mind. And for some of them, it actually helps them go faster. They get a little bit angry. It builds adrenaline, and they dig themselves out of it. So that's what we see here at the top.
Okay, so just over an hour into the race, and looking down the leaderboard in 12th position, Rohart and Guidu. Ben, can we just have a look and see where they are? What we can see from the leaderboard is they're 50 metres behind Torben Grail and De Almeida. And there they are. They're over on that right-hand side. And they're going to need to really pull up their socks. It's quite difficult to take places upwind in a star, isn't it? Because the speeds are different. Is the attack for them going to come downwind?
They actually are going to be in a position at the windward mark, I would assume, based on where they are right now. There's consolidation at the windward mark, and for a sailor with Xavier's speed and experience, he might be in a position to pass some boats to position himself well coming into that windward mark. After that, from the windward mark to the offset mark, there's not a lot you can do, but if you can get your speed up just after the offset, if the crew gets the pull out and they get going fast, that's the next step in getting some more speed and reducing that distance. And then downwind, obviously they're going to go like a rocket ship. So there's a chance. I definitely think that he might be able to pass one or two boats coming into the windward mark where we see consolidation.
Yeah, indeed, and he's over on that right-hand ley line. He's just past the ley line, actually. So he'll be coming in on starboard, and there'll be an awful lot of boats coming in on port as well. So as Kathleen rightly points out, he's going to have rights coming in here, and with his experience, he knows how to use those rights, that's for sure. So, Ben, could you just let us know how long we got for Diaz and Prada to round the top mark and go on that spreader leg? There we go, 160, 80 metres. Okay. So, yeah, and Kathleen's just pointing out that's an interesting angle again from our German friends. Tell us about that, Kathleen.
Well, we've got Merkelbach and Bartel out there coming in from the left on port tack. They were actually just over the ley line, and it looks like there's been a little bit of shift in their bows going back down. So that could be a drop in pressure or more of a right-hand shift. And if it is a right-hand shift, definitely it's going to favor the boats on the right-hand side, the Hungarians and Diaz and Prada.
Yeah, yes, indeed. And just so you know, Augie Diaz and Bruno Prada haven't had any problems. I'm afraid their trackers just dropped out. But fortunately, while they're in the lead, who would have it? I hope Augie hasn't covered it in tinfoil or something. Anyway, we've got Rachele Vitello out on the water. Can you see Augie Diaz and Bruno Prada, Rachele?
Yes, I just saw them rounding the marks, and Louis, it's officially raining on the race course. So since so far you've been envying me being on the water, and now it's the other way around. So now it's Torben Grail rounding the mark just behind the Hungarian boat 83-86. So. And Nando Colanino with his son is in fourth place at the moment, rounding. So as I said, it's raining in different spots over the course. There is a change of course down at the arrival. I can't really read the sign. Qual è l'angolo di cambio? Sorry, I'm asking.
Americans.
And it's 85, the new gate downwind. Sorry, it's not the gate, it's the arrival. And really the rain is increasing and it's affecting the wind. So the boats are slowly rounding the marks. And it's Lars Grail now. And it's Luca Simeone as well, reaching the top Mark, I would say, still in the first half of the fleet. But the wind is dropping and the sea state is getting rougher. So we don't really know what's happening for the next race. Indeed, there is a change, of course. So the arrival is at 85 degrees. And, well, that's about it. From now, it's the boats are coming to the mark. They're coming with a nice distance between one another, so there's no screaming or shouting. I believe they're quite worried too about the weather situation, but I would say if we only have one race today, we get the discard in, because we get that after 5 races, and we can still have a race tomorrow. And I hear some thunderstorm also. You got a live first thunderstorm of the day. So this doesn't look good, Louis. It doesn't look good at all.
Oh dear,
We
Raquel.
don't even have the wet weather gear with us. Yes.
No, Raquel.
From a day on the Med, it turned out to be a day on the British Canal.
Oh, Raquel, look. Though you've got some gentlemen in that boat that can lend you a jacket, surely.
No, well, I do have some wet gear for myself. Yes.
Okay. Well,
I will have to share this with my crew.
Raquel, thank you very much.
There's an Italian boat doing a penalty probably for touching the mark.
Okay, that would be the
And
spreader
it's
mark, the offset mark.
58.
Okay. Thank you very much, Raquel. It's great to have you out there. I think that's Falchiola and Paloshki that are doing their penalty turns.
Yes, it's them. Probably right. Yes.
Yeah. Okay. And that was hitting the mark. Thank you for that.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Okay, Raquel, try and stay dry, and we hopefully will catch up with you at the finish. Meanwhile, back on the virtual eye, there we can't see the rain and the thunder. We did actually hear a clap of thunder in the TV studio here back, and there you go, Andy. That's a bit of a more angry sky here. We're nice and wrapped up in the studio there, which is quite handy. Again, I keep getting distracted. Sorry, Kathleen, it was the weather this time. I hope you were watching what was going on. Let's go back to the Xavier Rohart rounding, and as we can see, he's gone all the way from 15th up to 4th, and right there with Mark Reynolds. What did you see there?
Yeah, as I said, Xavier had a chance to gain some boats coming into that windward mark when the boats were
I tell you what,
consolidating.
Kathleen, we can rewind that for you so you can talk us through it. How about that?
That would be fabulous.
Yeah, so if you rewind it, I don't know, probably a couple of minutes at least before Rohart got round. This is great, isn't it? I've got to get one of these at home, Andy. Can you get me one of these at home?
I want to be able to control the boats from here as well.
Okay, Kathleen, over to you. We've got Rohart and Guido on the pink spot there.
Yeah, actually, they were in a great position here. They were slightly over the ley line, at least from what we're looking at. And as you have the consolidation at the windward mark, it puts them in position on starboard tack coming up to the mark to control the boats coming in on port. And as you can see, Mark Reynolds is on port tack there. And Mark has 2 choices. Mark can duck Xavier, which is really hard to do in a starboat, and he'll be overstood if he does duck him. Or he can try to tack and hopefully has room and the current doesn't push him down, and that's exactly what he does. If he dug Xavier, he would have to get by the Germans and probably be overstood. And Mark does a great job of just hanging off the stern of Xavier and making it around the mark. But Xavier was in a perfect controlling position and just got one more boat behind him. And Mark Reynolds, that was a great job on Mark and Sergio's part as well, being able to hang in there and not having to duck.
Yeah, and they came in front of Merkel back there as well, and he's got an OCS hanging over his head as well. So that was interesting. But thank you for talking through that. We're speeding it up now. Fantastic, Ben. And if you can just give me a clue when we're up to real time. Yeah, there's a few boats jibing off, but we've got a lot of boats going right here. That's to do with the... we're looking at a change of course for the finish line. Is that right, Kathleen?
Yeah, they changed the finish line. We actually don't know in the studio whether that was 5 degrees to the right or 5 degrees to the left. But with a storm out there, definitely it's going to make a difference on the race course. And from what we've just heard, they have moved the lure gate 5 degrees to the right. So people that jibed right at the offset mark, that's probably not going to favor them as much. Probably wanted to go a little bit straight first to get yourself towards the gate mark. But with the clouds coming in like this, breeze isn't going to be consistent across the race course, and that can be a little bit of a tenuous thing for the sailors out there trying to pick where you want to go. But with thunder, you might not actually want to be under that cloud.
Thank you for that, Kathleen. So if we could just get the scores up, the leaders there on that. Thank you very much. Yeah, and thank you, Rod, for pointing that out. We are still don't have Diaz and Prada, unfortunately. Their tracker has malfunctioned, so we're hoping that we can do something about that. But at the moment, just remember we saw them pretty much clear ahead, and we've got Raquel Vitello out there, and hopefully she can tell us when they're crossing the line. So Ben, unless you're busy sorting that out, if we could go to the leaders on the leaderboard, please. About a mile to go, we reckon. So just remember that's Diaz and Prada are believed to be the leaders. Then just behind them, Tenka and Bezzaretti, Torbengrail and Del Almedia. Now, Kathleen was mentioning that, the boats that jibed at that spreader mark to the left, that didn't look like a good option with the finish going 5 degrees to the right. Let's see if anybody's been caught in that trap. So can we just have a look on the left-hand side of the course a bit there, Ben? So that would be towards the land. And let's see who's out there. Ooh, Merkelbach and Bartel. Grail and Concau. They're pretty much down the middle, wouldn't you say?
Yeah, it really matters. They're slightly left to the boats around them, but they're not on the left side of the course, and that's the difference.
Yeah. One notable one, I saw them doing really well in the earlier part of this race, and that last beat, Brugioni and Simeone, and they did jibe over to the left-hand side, and they've dropped right down the rankings. They were into the top 5, and now they've dropped down again, unfortunately. The cream rises to the top is something I've already said a couple of times, but look at that. We've got Torbengrail and Del Almeida up to 3rd. The Hungarians are having a great regatta. It's great to see that team doing so well because this is an international event. We've got 15 different flags being waved at this event, and it's great to see the Hungarians up there. Wouldn't you say so, Kathleen?
Yeah, but yesterday we had 2 very strong Hungarian boats. The other Hungarians with the other Bezzaretti crew, they had a bit of a tough time in the upwind leg. They actually were on the far left, the total opposite of the other Hungarians, and rounded very in the back of the pack, which was very different from their performance yesterday. But yeah, the Hungarians are sailing great. They're out here sailing in the ocean. Usually back home they're sailing on Lake Balaton. I think the conditions are a little different on Lake Balaton, but they're definitely performing here at the European Championships.
Yeah, and that the Lake Balaton, that was the site for the last Star European Championships, and great to see the Hungarians coming to support the championship here in Gaeta, and also doing so well. And also up there, we're definitely going to have a chat with these guys after racing today. Coloninos in third place, fourth place, beg your pardon. And look at that, Rohart and Guido in fifth now. So that's a big gain for Rohart and Guido. Just ahead of Vatra and Morph, who are having a great race. Then Reynolds and Lambertenghi, and there he is again, Merkelbach and Bartel in 8th place. Lars Grail and Samuel Goncalves in 9th place, and 10th Allard and Klose. The Ukrainians back up again. They had a great first day, Guriev and Kushner. So Ben, if you could just show us how far we've got to go until the finish of race 5. Just about 1,000 metres to go there. As I said, unfortunately we cannot show you where we believe the leaders are. So for virtual's purpose, what we'll do is we'll just concentrate on that battle further down between Tenka and Bezzaretti. They're over on that right-hand side. We seem to have Diaz and Prada back. We'll just check with our fantastic technicians whether that's correct. Yes, we've had a confirmation. So they've managed to move some mirrors and string and get us back on with Diaz and Prada. So there you have it. 185 metres ahead of the Hungarian Tenki with Bezzaretti, and Torben Grail and De Almeida even further behind. So it looks like the top 3, would you say those 3 are written in stone, Kathleen?
Right now that looks like a good bet. However, there is a small chance that if there is a shift that the boats on the left-hand side of the course downwind, that they could come out a little bit further ahead. But right now I think that Grail, Torben, and Hungarians and Diaz and Prada are fairly comfortable where they are. I wouldn't doubt that Bruno's breaking out his Mars bar right now and just resting on the deck a bit.
Okay, and Diaz and Prada, let's have a look at how they've done over the last 2 days. 5th, 4th, 8th. You know, and they were lying in 5th place going into today. You know, were they just going to keep going on that consistency? What was the plan, Kathleen?
I was talking with Diaz and Prada at breakfast this morning, and basically today was the day. Today was crunch day. They were talking about how they needed to get a finish in the top 5, more so the top 3, if they wanted to have a chance at winning this championship. Without a finish 1, 2, 3, it was going to be very, very difficult. As we've seen, the top guys, even though they might be behind after the first woman mark, they're able to climb their way back up, and everybody's had a very good finish in the top 3, and that's kind of what what this team was lacking, was a finish in the top 3, and it looks like today they're going to get it.
Yes, thanks for that. And as you pointed out earlier, they felt that their weakness was their start. They needed to get off the line quicker. They certainly did in one of those restarts, rather one of the recalls, and then they did start well and got ahead, and here we have it. They've got 400 metres to go. They're 200 metres ahead, and Augie, he wears his heart on his sleeve, doesn't he? I remember they won a race on the 4th of July last year, and he loved that, and today's his birthday. You know, he is a really passionate guy, isn't he?
Yeah, Augie is Cuban, so he can be passionate about things. He's definitely passionate about his racing. Hopefully, when he finishes this race, he'll say he had a good race. Rarely does he ever say he had a good race. One of his most frequently used terms is we left some points on the race course, you know, and that always happens, except when you're in first. But sometimes even when he's in first, he's not happy. he's always looking to sail better and better and better. I guess that's why he keeps sailing for so long, is because he's got to do better. But especially in a fleet like this, you can't make a lot of mistakes. And you have to understand that he's been racing against these guys now for 20 years, and they've had these battles going on for a very long time. And Bruno Prada is one of his favorite people to sail with, so he's happy to be back in the boat with Bruno, and they work well together. And I think it's really fun for Bruno also to be sailing the boat under the American flag, but going against all the rest of the Brazilians as an American. So that's another battle that's going on out there, and I think both Augie and Bruno enjoy that as well.
Yeah, and it's interesting how they do move around the cruise. Bruno was sailing against Augie of the Worlds.
Yeah, he was representing
Norway, I think.
Denmark. Norway or Denmark?
I'm pretty sure it was. And they had one moment where I think the Norwegian with Bruno, they missed the finish with Augie all over him like a rash. Anyway, I think we're about to have a finish here. Unfortunately, we haven't heard from Rachele. It's now raining at the Yacht Club Gaeta, and I'm sure it's going to be raining on board that boat. But do you think that's going to dampen Augie and Bruno's spirits? What do you reckon the scene is at the moment?
I seriously doubt it. When you're out there on the race course, you don't really actually feel the rain. Downwind maybe more so. Less so than upwind. When you're upwind, you're working really, really hard. When it starts to rain, you don't get as cold. Downwind, especially if you're in the middle of the pack or in the back, you're like, ugh, what more? But when you've just won a race on your birthday, after like this being crunch day for you, you're not paying any attention to the weather. Although Augie's probably asking for a spray top right now.
And Bruno might be breaking into that Mars bar. What do you think?
Definitely.
Yeah, okay. So, fantastic win for Augie Diaz, representing the United States, and Bruno Prada, the Brazilian Star Sailors League #1 crew. And going into today, they were in 5th place. And we're just about to see Tenka and Bezzaretti cross the line with Virtual Eye, but out on the water, I believe Rachele Vitello is seeing it with her own eyeballs. Rachele, are you there?
Yes, I'm at the arrival line, and the Hungarian boat is about 33 across the line, and behind it, it's Torben Dreyer in third position. Augie Diaz was in first. We didn't see him crossing as we were caught by a squall in the middle of the course. And the same squall caught the whole fleet. So the wind is really dropping, and the rain is actually the first rain is leaving the course, but there is more coming. So now it's Nando Colanino in 4th place, and then Gabriele Art in 5th. After him, it's either the Italian boat 85, that's Mark Reynolds, or Lars Geil, or even the European title holder, Merkelbach. They were very tight, so you probably know better than me who's ahead. Between these guys and the rest of the fleet, there's a bit of a gap, and so after that, they're coming all at once, more or less. As I said, the weather situation is getting more complicated as on the south and from the inland, we see more squalls coming in. It's all very cloudy, and the clouds, unlike the previous 2 days, are really dark and not just the white summer clouds. So the sea is also wavier and rusher, but so far the wind is just soft, but it hasn't changed too much direction. Certainly, we can't talk about thermal sea breeze anymore. So we'll see something changing.
Thank you very much for that, and we'll just watch the boats coming through the line. And for those fans looking for your favourites and loved ones, As they cross the line, they'll appear on the board on the left-hand side. While we're doing that, we're going to do a little bit of maths. So watch those boats going through. But looking like an interesting change at the top, because with this race 5 the discard kicks in. So I'll get someone hopefully to do the maths and we'll have a look at that. Andy, do we have something to show our viewers? How about that wonderful bit of upwind class from you know what, hold on, no, keep that. You know what we'll go for? Come on, it's Augie's birthday. He's just won a race. Let's see that birthday one again. I understand today, the 6th of June, is your birthday. Is that correct?
It is my birthday, but now at my age, I'm trying to forget my birthday, and everybody walking by the parking lot here, all my friends and competitors are all saying, "Happy birthday, Augie, happy birthday." So I'm feeling old.
What do you want for your birthday?
I want to make a good performance, to do a good job for Bruno, because otherwise I fall down the list of people that Bruno will sail with. I got to keep pushing myself up.
Best of luck today, Augie Diaz. Awesome. My oldest brother. And when he was a kid, he started to play basketball. And I refused to buy the last to make the entire sport. Well, that's what I thought he was trying to do. No, I'm a Southern red, Man United. Well, hello and welcome back to day 3 of the Star European Championships in Gaeta. We've got just over 2 minutes to the start of race 6, and Rod here has been doing some maths on the leaderboard after 5 races. The maths is complicated by the fact that there now is a discard. So just reading the top 3, let's see. We have now leading the regatta, Torben Grael, leading on 10 points. He's now ahead of Xavier Rohart in second, who's on 11.3, just 1.3 off the lead. And then in joint third, Lars Grael and Augie Diaz. After that win in race 5, Augie is now joint third on 15 points. So there you have it. Torben Grael hitting the front ahead of Rohart. And we've got 1 minute and 10 seconds to the start of race 6. And just to give you some stuff here, there's 5 legs. We've got a 240 degree wind angle, 1.7 meter leg, and sorry, I'll repeat that. That's 250 wind angle, 1.5 nautical mile legs, 12 knots of breeze out there. So we've got 45 seconds to go. We'll see how this goes. And as you can see, they're approaching the line. There's a lot of boats up on the committee boat end. And that looks like Lofsted and Sunderman down here at the pin end. Ben, could you go in a bit so we can pick out some more of the teams there?
Mark Reynolds and Sergio Lambertini hanging out down at the pin end, as well as both Grails are down there. They're common sights down at the pin end.
Thank you, Kathleen. Indeed. Still going lucky left at the moment, and that's a German flag in there. I wonder if that's Mr. Merkel back. Oh, wow, that was one hell of a start in the middle of the line there. I think, is that the French flag? Could we just zoom in a bit there, Ben? Thank you very much. No, it's an Italian flag. Poggi and Corsi had a great start in the middle there. Sorry, I beg your pardon. That's Luca Simeoni. Had a great start there in the middle of the pack. We'll see how this pans out. And as Kathleen Top was pointing out, we've got some of the main players over here on the left. Virtual Eye now showing you the meterage. And we'll come back to... Oh, there we go. So there you go. In the middle of the line there, Luca Simeoni had a great start. And Reynolds and Lambertenghi over on the left. And also Torben Grael and De Almeida over on the left. But very early days yet. We'll see how this goes. That rain has affected the course, but not that much. It's still pretty much even. We seem to have lost Lofsted and Sundman at back there. We'll find out what's going on with them. But I'd say, Kathleen, looking at this early start, you know, the first minute and a half, the Lofsted and Sundman there on the left now, they're going extremely well. But we've got Rachele Vitello out on the race course. We'll try and get out to her. But first of all, Kathleen, left. Why have they gone left this time?
I think left has been working, and they're comfortable starting there. And the left side of the starting line has been open. And these guys know that they can be full speed at go, that there's room on the line there. So it's a safe start. And maybe with the rain that's already passed, it might change things a little bit here. In the past, it's been favored to go right later in the day. But with the rain having come and gone and the breeze died down and come back up again, it may change the game. So there might be some opportunity out here on the left-hand side that we haven't seen previously.
Okay, thanks for that. And safe, presumably, because there's less boats out there, hey? You know, you get less carnage.
Yeah, the more boats around you have, the less wind there is. And these guys are just going speed forward. And the more speed you have, the higher you can point.
Okay, and there we have it. Right out on the left, Lofsted and Sunderman have a lead. And just as I said, it's nip and tuck over here on the left-hand side. But the Grail brothers, that's Lars Grail with Samuel Goncalves and Torben Grail with Mark de Almeida. They're up there peppering the top three. Mark Reynolds, Lambertenghi. Great to see Luca Simeone up there, though. He's a very popular figure here at the Yacht Club Gaeta. It's great to see him getting a great start to race 6. And Vatra and Morph, they're having a much better day, the German pair. They're going very well today. And Merkelbach and Bartel 7th. We haven't mentioned Rohart and Guidu. At the moment, they are 80, 90 metres off the lead, down in 15th. Ben, can you find out where Rohart and Guidu are, please? Let's see if that's a... Wow, we're going the whole other side of the racetrack here. Interesting. The first race, Rohart and Guidu were all the way out to the left. They do like the right now, and in there as well is Augie Diaz and Bruno Prada. Now, again, we're seeing on this Gaeta race course a real difference of opinion amongst some very experienced sailors. Why would you like the right?
It seems as we've said time and time again, that there tends to be a right hand shift up at the windward mark. And then there's also people who've been talking about the current going from right to left. And so if you come back on the port tack ley line, you're actually going against current and going pretty slow. So that some people don't want to do that. That's hard to come in on a long port tack to the mark going slow when the boats who are on starboard, who you're trying to beat, are going a lot faster and have the right of way advantage.
Okay, thank you for that. And let's have a look down there. We've got Sternberg and Revkin in 10th, the American pair from New York and Connecticut, respectively. We had an interview with Josh Revkin earlier on, and I'm sure we'll be showing you that later. But Lofsted and Sunderman out on the left, now showing a 16-17 metre lead. That's interesting. And one of the leading boats on the right over here is the Hungarian Tenke and Bezaretti. Again, interesting. But hey, the left looks like it's paying for Lofsted and Sunderman at the moment, Kathleen.
Those guys have been able to make the left work. It was a little harder for them to come out of the left in the last race. We saw Xavier come out he just seemed to get through by the skin of his teeth. There can be some shifts at the top of the race course. So it's really early to tell what's going to happen here. But we definitely have some people who've put a lot of faith in going to the right.
Yeah, thanks. And as you say, you can see that leaderboard shuffling like a deck of cards. So as you say, it's very early on. We're only just over 6 minutes into this race 5 of the Star European Championships. I beg your pardon, it's race 6. The top of the screen displaying race 5. This is actually race 6. And it was interesting talking to Torben Grail earlier on today, asking him about whether or not this is, the discard kicking in. He says no. We still got one more race planned tomorrow, and then you might see some more fun and games. And Kathleen's just pointing out that we really have got a massive shuffle going on, and now we're showing two of the leaders of this regatta on the right-hand side at the top of the leaderboard. So Augie Diaz and Bruno Prada currently are number 1, with Rohart and Guido second. What do you make of that, Kathleen?
As we've been watching the positions change like crazy, it's incredible to watch the standings go up and down from the left side to the right. Basically, I think what we're seeing here is one of two things. And as you know, we can't see what's happening with shifts out in the race course, but it's either we've got shifts happening more frequently or we have ups and downs and pressure. That can account for what's going on, because it certainly is. It's an incredible mix, and obviously right now it's a right-hand bias. But it's interesting because almost the whole fleet is on port tack, so it would indicate to me that it actually is a change in pressure versus shift.
Okay, and with that rain and thunder coming through, that's disturbed the atmosphere around here, and maybe that's now stabilising now that weather's gone through. Kathleen, difficult to tell, I guess.
Yeah, I don't know. It's when you're out there, you can see the clouds. Ed Adams, a famous star sailor, he always says the answer is in the clouds. And you look at the clouds and you're like, what is it saying? What are you saying to me? He studied meteorology, but the rest of us, we just have to look at the clouds. And when you're a sailor, the more you look at the clouds, you start to pick up patterns and things like that. But after a storm has passed, it's really difficult. It disturbs the pattern. And as you mentioned earlier, it puts holes out in the race course.
Indeed, so it's more patchy out on the race course, and that's harder to pick out. But I'm looking at that leaderboard now, and it's not shuffling as much. But the pack's been shuffled, and who's come up trumps? It's Diaz and Prada, the winners of race 5. Lofsted and Sunderman, Rohart and Guido. We seem to be seeing the same boats up at the top now. We've got just under a nautical mile to this first top mark, but as you say, most of the boats are still on port tack, which tends to say that that shift has come in, hey?
Yeah, it's the left-hand shift, but the fact that you've got some boats on the right doing really well, particularly Diaz and Prada and 10K and Bezzaretti, who are on the far right, it indicates that there's more pressure on the right side of the course.
Indeed, and what we're sort of seeing getting established, if there is any current advantage or what have you, it seems to be over on the right here, hey?
Yeah, but that could change very, very quickly.
Okay, and we're just, as we say, for the race fans at home, we're just going down through the fleet there, so you can see your favourites out there.
And we focus mostly on the boats in the top of the fleet, but it's sailing in the top of the fleet is easy. The hardest place to sail is in the middle of the fleet. If you can hold your place or pass a few boats in the middle of the fleet, you're a good sailor. If you're in the back of the fleet, you can go to one side or the other. We call it taking a flyer. Downwind, if you're in the back, the breeze hits you first. But it's really hard to sail in the middle of the fleet. And we have some very good sailors in the star class who are competing in the middle of the fleet. We have sailors who are local fleet sailors who've come here to compete in the Europeans, and they're all very experienced, very high-level sailors who maybe don't spend as much time on the international circuit as some of the other sailors in the top 10. But there's definitely some really good races going on in the middle of the fleet, particularly between the Italians, who you have the Italians from the north competing against Italians in the south, the Italians from Rome competing against Italians from Gaeta. There's lots of races going on out there, and so it's great that we can watch them all with the virtual eye.
Yeah, and I think it's worth pointing out, there are fleets all over Italy, there's fleets all over the world. There are 38 countries with fleets in the Star class. Yeah,
the Star class places a lot of importance on fleets. And in order to qualify for the World Championship, you actually have to win within your region or your fleet. It's not like other countries where there's a ranking list and you get into the Worlds. So the fleets are really important in the Star class, and they're what drives the growth of the Star class as well.
Okay, I was just getting some information there. If you're following the Dutch pair of Allard and Kloos, they have actually retired from this race. The boat's moving fine. We don't know why they've retired, but nothing to worry about. But just in case you're following our Dutch pair there. And just to go back to what you were saying, you can't just turn up at this regatta. You've got to qualify. If you've got a gold star, you can come to any Star Regatta, but you can't just say, I'm going to go to the Star Europeans. You've got to qualify. But these guys got a whole season to go through, and you spend a lot of time with this fleet, Kathleen, and what are the events that these sailors are really planning, and what really flicks their switch?
Well, first of all, the season starts in Miami. You have sailors who come from South America and Europe, and there's a whole circuit over there, probably with the biggest regatta being the Bacardi Cup, which is sponsored by the Bacardi rum family. It's fabulous sailing on Biscayne Bay. It's also a fabulous party. After that, you have the Europeans and the Eastern European Championship, and you get a mix of sailors from both Europe and North America for that. And then you have obviously the World Championships, which are in South America this year. And so that's a big trip for a lot of people. And with the introduction of the Star Sailors League, it's made regattas even more important. There's now a ranking list for the Star Sailors League, and the sailors can get points by competing not only in big international championships, but also in local regattas. And so a lot of sailors now are trying to get their rankings up in the Star Sailors League. And they can do that by attending events like this. This is a big point regatta for the Star Sailors League. And then there's another regatta coming up in Switzerland on a lake, which is going to be great to have a big ranking regatta on a lake. And it's really getting the sailors excited about their place. And also what's very different in the rankings is the Star Sailor League ranks not just the skipper, but the crews have their own ranking, which is great because in the Star class, the crews are switching around from skipper to skipper. In so many classes, they just focused on the skippers themselves, and it's an opportunity for the crews to get recognized because in the Starboat, the crews are really working hard and just an integral part to making the boat go fast.
Yeah, thank you for that, Kathleen. And back to the Star European Championship here in Gaeta. And Diaz and Prada, they're still top of the tree in race 6. Tenke and Bezaretti, the Hungarian flag, again having a great day. And we must have a chat with them after today. They've been doing extremely well at this regatta. And there you have it, Rohart and Guidu up to 3rd. And at the moment, can we just see, I know... Rod's just trying to tell me something about Torben Grail and De Almeida. What have you spotted, Rod? Okay. Oh, yeah. Rod is rightly pointing out, according to the maths we're seeing on Virtual Eye, the left-hand side is not paying anymore. Let's just see where Rohart and Guidu are, because they stayed over on the right. Is Tenke and Bezaretti there? I'm pretty sure they are, yeah. There they are. There's Tenke and Bezaretti all over. Rohart and Guidu have come off the right and are now heading towards the middle of the fleet. That's interesting. Colinino's going well again. They're up in 4th. But it looks like, well, at the moment, Diaz and Prada, Rohart and Guidu, and Tenke and Bezaretti over on that right-hand side, just getting an advantage. Once they get that 10 metres ahead, it certainly looks like they're doing well. But we can, as we know, that can change dramatically. I'm looking down the fleet, and I cannot see where on the leaderboard where Torben Grail is. Can we focus in on Torben Grail on the racecourse, Ben?
Yeah, right now it looks like it's a right-hand shift. You've got the majority of the fleet on port tack, which indicates that the wind has gone right, which will favor the boats on that side of the race course. And unfortunately, if all those boats are on starboard tack and the boats on the other side are on port tack, they're losing ground every meter by meter that they stay on port tack to the boats on the opposite side, and that's where we're seeing them fall off the chart.
Absolutely, and yeah, Rod, you got it right there. Torben Grail and De Almeida, as you pointed out, over on the left there, and that looks like they're in a lot of pain on the left-hand side. And Torben is a fighter, but he's not going to be happy with that position in race 6, that's for sure. Let's see. Tenke and Bezaretti, Rohart, Guidu, Diaz and Praz at the top 3. Guriev and Kushner coming back in, the Ukrainians. And the Colininos, they're doing great as well. How long we got to the top mark, Ben. Let's have a look at that distance. It can't be far. A lot of boats over the ley line on the right as well, Kathleen, hey?
Yeah, you know, you see these boats that are on the left-hand side taking their pill early. You've got Reynolds and Lambertini. You've got Torben and Almeida going, and it's interesting. They didn't go all the way out to the ley line on the left-hand side, which means that they have completely lost their faith in the left, and they're just, you know, taking their pill and getting over to the right-hand side and cutting their losses early. So we'll see if they're able to consolidate a little more with this move.
Yeah, indeed. And as we say, we've got a lot of boats coming in on starboard on the right-hand side. And I don't know, this is looking a fairly clean mark rounding. The right seems to have really paid now. And a lot of boats now on that starboard tack. So I've got a feeling this could be a nice clean mark rounding, but we'll hopefully have Rachele Vitello out there with her eyes and ears. And Kathleen has spotted something about Rohart and Guidu. What have you spotted, Kathleen?
Well, actually, the lead is not a lead anymore. Rohart, Guidu, and Diaz and Prado are actually tied. 0 meters difference between the two. It means they're both sailing at the same speed and just going fast.
Okay, so you know they've got this. They're both on the same tack. Let's say, you know, if you're Oggy Diaz in this situation, what are you thinking right now? You're neck and neck coming into that mark. Are you in the ascendant, or is he?
Okay, right now Augie's to windward, and he's hoping that wind is going to stay right. Because if the wind does go left, then Xavier will have the advantage over him. If Augie felt that the wind was going to go even more right, he could tack out right now, but that would be a highly risky move. But he does have room to take another tack to dig back to the right if he needed to gain some more leverage. And there goes the French Rohart and Guidu tacking onto port, and we'll see they're now 9 meters ahead of Augie. Augie's got to go fast forward here. He's on starboard, and if he can make them tack or duck, he'll probably be the first one to round the mark. If not, he's going to have to follow the French.
Yeah, exciting stuff. And as they close in, we'll go out to Rachele Vitello, the cross between Diaz and Rohart. Can you call it for us, Rachele?
I'm here at the top mark, and beside us there's a reef showing a white flag blue cross. So it's the individual recourse with the bow number 39 and 42, and that's because probably these boats haven't gone back down to the start line. So they're communicating it to them. It won't be a nice piece of news for them. And it's the first boat crossing the market, the Hungarian boat 8386, and Oggy Diaz with Bruno Prada. And then we have the Ukrainian boat 8205, and it's Xavier Rohart, the next one. So the wind condition is somehow staying safe. It's we have about 12 knots. They're coming from a more westerly direction, and it's Nando Colanino going by now. But we still have some uncertainty weather-wise because we have squalls from the course, mainly on the inland, and lots of dark clouds everywhere. And as for us, we're very chilly.
Very chilly in Gaeta. You weren't expecting that, were you, Rachele? Are you still there, Rachele? I don't think so, but we'll let these boats go round the mark. We've now got the 12th boat round, which was Dabre and Cote. They're having a great race, and the other Hungarian pair, Martin and Bezzaretti, just a minute off their Hungarian teammates, if you like, Tenke and Bezzaretti. But the interesting thing there, Tenke and Bezzaretti getting round in front of Diaz and Prada. But we'll just watch the rest of these boats go round before we talk to that. And I'll tell you what, Ben, we might go for a little replay there. There was a couple of crosses before that, but we'll do that in a minute. Let's just watch the boats going around the mark.
Yeah, at the windward mark rounding here, you saw the Hungarians get ahead of Diaz and Prada. And just at the end of the windward leg, there was a shift to the right. And that's how the Hungarians, who were just to windward of Diaz and Prada, were able to get over them. And that also put Xavier Rohart back a little bit as well. So it was just the right-hand shift. And as I said, the last shift on the race course coming up to the windward mark is that's what tells you who is going to be the first one around the mark. And it's not easy to predict, especially when they're a really short shift.
Okay, thanks for that, Raquel. No need for a replay. You've got a fantastic memory, I have to say. I'd have had to see a replay on that. Hey, now let's be honest here. Okay, I am not in as good shape as you, but I cannot believe those beautiful, lovely. Where did you get those pastries from? We had in the break.
Yeah, it's the cafe is called Triestina. It's just across the street from where we are here.
Have you got shares in that cafe? Okay, so we're up to it. We've got the majority of the fleet round, and Kathleen was mentioning the Star Sailors League final in Nassau a little earlier on. A lot of people looking forward to it, and we've got where's Sternberg and Revkin? They're down in 33rd. Sternberg and Revkin. Sternberg from New York, Revkin from Connecticut. But we did have a little chat with Josh Revkin earlier on today. Two young guys that are over here in Italy having a ball. Let's have a chat with Josh Revkin. Josh Revkin, you've come a long way to Gaeta. Tell us where you're from, Josh.
From New Haven, Connecticut. So about 3,000 miles away.
So why do you come all the way to Italy?
For great sailing. It's one of the most beautiful locations I've ever sailed. The wind's great, the weather's great, and the class is great.
Yeah, so we've seen you at the Star Sailors League final, the last two, as rookies. Are you going to try and get to Nassau in December, Josh?
Yeah, Brian Ledbetter and I are trying to qualify. We just won the Western Hemisphere Championships in Miami about a month ago, and we're going to do the North American Championships in Seattle, and then the Worlds in Argentina, and then in Miami together.
And you're doing a pretty cool race out here as well, aren't you? Around, well, you tell us. It's
Yeah, there's a race after this around Elba. It's a 4-day stage race that goes clockwise around the island, and you stop in each town and have a good social event. And it's run by a Swiss fleet that's doing it, and we're the one American team that's going to be going.
Okay, and here you've been peppering the top spots and had a mixed bag of results. What's the plan for day 3, Josh?
To try to do the same as we did yesterday. We had a good day with a 12 and a 5. The first day we struggled in the first race, but I think we got a lot of stuff sorted out. So sailing in clean air and not getting mixed up in the back of the pack is what seems to work here.
Well, we're going to see how that works out, Josh.
Thank you.
Yeah, unfortunately, as Kathleen has just said off camera there, it didn't work out for them today, unfortunately. In this race, they had a poor start, Kathleen. They were a couple of boat lengths off there. But you know what I mean? Josh and Ben there, they're both 26 years of age. They've come over to Italy. They sort of got everything in the back of a van there, and they're doing all these wicked races. And, that's fantastic to see. We've got all these grandmasters and masters here racing at the Star European Championship, but we got some young guys, and they're full of fun. So good luck to Josh and Ben for the rest of this regatta and the rest of the season. Anyway, back to the sharp end and race 6. We really are at the business end of this regatta now. After this race, there's only one more planned, and Tengen Bezzaretti, that took the lead at that top mark, are extending on Diaz and Prada and Rohat and Gidu. Tengen Bezzaretti were, let me see from our notes, were they top 10? They weren't top 10. So I think, of course, it's fantastic to see them up there, but there's a hell of a battle going on between Diaz and Prada and Rohan Gitu for that sort of second, third spot, hey?
Yeah, it's pretty close. And looking at them right now, downwind, the distance between them isn't that great. You have Tenke and Bezzaretti, who are much further on the right-hand side of the course. And there's not a lot that Diaz and Prada and Rohan Gitu and the Ukrainians and the Brazilian there can do to control them. They're just going to have to hope to get some pressure on their side and have a shift in their favor before they get down to the leeward gate. But definitely Tenke and Bezzaretti are on their own over there. They've got clear air, and they're going fast.
Yeah, okay, and there we just saw Tenke and Bezzaretti jibing over towards Diaz and Prada, and let's see what that's doing to the numbers. That must have been a pretty good jibe. I mean, we can't see the manoeuvres on this, but it's a real ballet dance, jibing a star in any sort of breeze, isn't it? Just talk us through what you're trying to. Oh, okay, that's probably not fair to a sniper, a windsurfer, and a 49er sailor, but yeah, you know, do your best. Come on, Kathleen.
Yeah, jibing a star is really difficult. You have a massive mainsail. There's two men sailing a keelboat and 72 feet of main sheet, and so there's a lot of pull aid just to get the main to jibe, and then the crew is also on the deck and they're pulling the pole back to get the jib to retract and then putting it out again. So it's a lot of work. You got to keep the boats stable. They are stable boats because they're heavy, but you want to really reduce the number of jibes you do. It's not like a dinghy where you're going to get a roll out of the jibe. You can, but it uses a lot of energy, and then again you need to have the boat accelerate. So you want to keep your jibes to a minimum and do them perfectly, which isn't easy.
Okay, and there we have it. Tenke and Bezzaretti leading by 35 meters. Rohart and Gitu in third, and Rod's been commenting, he's looking at the raw data coming off and also the screen, and he's very impressed with their boat speed, rolling Gonzago and Nete de Freitas earlier on. So Rohart and Gitu fighting for every possible place. We wouldn't think anything less of them, and we're looking at the boat speeds there, and it looks like the breeze is back in for sure. The numbers are definitely up, and 30 minutes into this race, you know, what would you say, looking at the fleet, what the breeze is doing now?
You know, I think it's really hard to tell from here. I think in the beginning there was more breeze on the right-hand side favoring the Hungarians. But looking at what's going on, you've got Diaz and Prada are clearly positioning themselves to go around the left-hand gate facing downwind. So I think that's why they're over there. If the Hungarians decide that they want to go around the left-hand gate, they're probably going to lose distance on Diaz and Prada. So their lead won't be as great if they have to cross over and go to that other mark. So that's going to be a big difference coming up here as we get closer to the gate. We'll have to watch that. So, however, if Diaz and Prada decide that they want to ride round the right-hand mark, they're going to lose distance. But I have a feeling they're going to ride the same left-hand mark. And if the Hungarians want to do that, we're going to see them lose a little bit. And they're also, right now we can't tell their exact heading, but they're pretty much set up to go around the right-hand gate facing downwind.
Yes, and just to recap, at the end of race 5, start of race 6, Torben Grail was leading this regatta with Xavier Rohart second, with Lars Grail and Augie Diaz in joint third. Well, we know where Rohart is. He's in second. We know where Diaz and Prada are. But where's Torben Grail? Ben, find Torben Grail for us. I can see Lars Grail down in 26th place at the moment.
Followed by Mark Reynolds and Sergio Libertini.
Wow.
We haven't seen those guys that low in the standings yet.
Wow. Torben Grail leading this regatta after 5 races. We're zooming in on him now. No, that's Lars Grail. Easy mistake to... We need Super Mario to get us some coffee, I reckon. Just beside him. Wow, okay. So there you have it. Torben Grail and Lars Grail and Mark Reynolds having a shocker in this race 6.
Yeah, that last windward leg was that was a tough one. And I think they probably, we saw them tack kind of back towards the middle of the fleet there. They came from the left-hand side. At least that's where Torben was. And, we mentioned about him taking his pill and getting across to the right-hand side. And they could be even further back if they didn't do that.
Yeah, thanks for that. We are still on leg 2, and we've got 5 legs. 5 legs in this last race of the day. So there's time for them to recover, but that's going to be one hell of a recovery to get back from there, eh?
I think they're going to make some gains down here, downwind. These guys are really fast downwind, and they're able to sail themselves through the fleet on the downwinds. It's harder to pass upwind in the big fleet, but I think they're going to make gains in the downwind just with their speed. And then the closer they get to the gate, they'll probably be able to use a bit of strategy and tactics to gain 1 or 2 more boats. So I think we're going to see their position improve before they round the gate. And here we go. We've got Tankere and Bezzaretti positioning themselves to round the left-hand gate.
Yeah, indeed. Tank and Bezzaretti coming over to round the left-hand gate. Do you think that was sort of a safer move, seeing where the opposition were placed, or did they go for that on purpose?
I think in the beginning they were over on the other side because there was more pressure. And they knew in the end that they have to give back. Because we've seen them over on the right-hand side on the upwinds almost every race today, every leg today, and pretty frequently yesterday as well. So they're going to the right side right now. And I think just they played the pressure for most of the downwind leg.
Thank you. And Super Mario just giving us he's making the coffee sign. Super Mario. Fantastic. Hey, Super Mario's putting the coffee order in, guys. Anybody for a coffee? Always the same. Always the same. Fantastic. Super Mario, just come here a second, please. Please. Come here. Come on. Come on. This is Super Mario, and he makes the best coffee in the world. Definitely. So thanks for the official results there. Super Mario. He had a great haircut today. Did you notice that? Did you notice that? He's had a great haircut. That's probably for the crew dinner tonight, I'm guessing. Anyway, sorry, back to the racing. So Tenka and Bezzaretti leading race 6 as they pass the leeward mark 10 seconds ahead of Diaz and Prada. Rohart and Guidu are only 13 seconds off the lead. Kashina and Machetin, they've come back in 23 seconds off the lead. Then we see the first Brazilian, Gonzaga Neto and De Freitas in 5th place. And Guriev and Kushnir, the Ukrainians, doing very well. Pascalato, he's coming back in. He had a poor day yesterday, but good to see him back there. And then I'm looking at Colanino. Colanino, I think they were the top Italian boat last race and top Italian boat again.
Yeah, and they were the first boat to tack out after the gate mark, which was an interesting move. And they didn't go very far before tacking back onto Port Tack. So we'll see if they come out ahead, but that was definitely something that I wouldn't have expected. You kind of had a long drag race out to the right side of the course with the leaders.
Okay, yeah, we're gonna go for a replay here on Rohart and Guidu and Diaz and Prada at that bottom mark. Let's go for it there, Ben. Let's wind it back. Okay, so here's Tenka and Bezzaretti taking the lead. Just can you talk us through this, Kathleen? It's I think it's a move on by Rohart and Guidu on Diaz and Prada. Oh, I beg your pardon, the other way round.
Yeah, right now Augie has the overlap on the inside. At least, well, it's hard.
So what we saw there was Diaz and Prada pushing Rohart and Guidu out at the mark, and and getting the jump on by 3 seconds. But there we go. Rohart then spinning off, presumably in bad air. I don't know, that was about 50-50 on that one, but
Yeah,
fantastic action.
That's hard because the guys had to come right around the mark in jibe going into the mark. And as we talked about how hard it is to jibe in a star, the skippers are pushing the tiller over and then trying to trim in massive amounts of main sheet. So it's really hard to do, almost like a crash jibe coming into the mark and worrying about a boat next to you that close. But those two, they've been at it for a while, and Xavier did a good job, but got out of there as fast as he could.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, it's all along like Donkey Kong at that bottom mark, particularly for the crew. Well, for both, but there is so many. You've got to pull the rig back, you've got to pull the mainsail in, the jib halyard's got to come back. I mean, it's a lot on, eh?
Yeah, the crew's heartbeats are going at the leeward mark routing, and the skippers too, because they're pulling in the main sheet. But sometimes the crews will help them out as well.
Okay, so we have the majority of the fleet around the leeward gate, so they're heading up for the penultimate beat, and we've got a majority of boats on the right-hand side. Could we go to the aerial, please, Ben? A lot of boats over that right-hand side ley line. Okay, well, we do have a few boats over on the left-hand side, and we did see Rohart and Guidu tacking over to the left-hand side. Let's see where they are now.
And you're looking at the standings right now. We're missing the Grails. We're missing Mark Reynolds. They're not in the top 20. We do not see them.
Indeed, and look at that, Rohart and Guidu. For whatever reason, and we don't think it was if it was a clearing tap, they'd have just gone back. For some reason, they like that position. Is that to stay out of, I don't know.
I think we saw more shifts in the last upwind beat, and so they're hoping that there's going to be a few more shifts. As it was, as I mentioned, it was almost a drag race to the right-hand side after that leeward gate, and if they didn't have a good lane, they had to tack out. And remember, all the rest of the fleet is still coming downwind. If you're one of those first boats to round the gate, you've got the whole fleet coming behind. So if they tacked back immediately after clearing to get a lane, they would go back through the fleet. So they decided to continue left until they got a clear gain, built some leverage, and now they're going back to the right. So it could pan out. If there's some shifts, which there have been, they could be fine.
Yeah, and as we can see on the leaderboard, Rohart and Guidu are now leading this race. And, Xavier Rohart has an incredible amount of experience, 5 Olympics, 3 in the Star, taking a bronze medal in 2004, and he's won the Star Worlds twice. So, he has got incredible experience, and as Kathleen was pointing out, in a Star with very similar speed, it's all about spotting those shifts, and there's probably not a lot of people better than Rohart at doing that.
Yeah, and he's been keeping up his racing. A lot of the guys who did the Olympics after the Star was out, they've gone on to pro sailing and not participated in as many of the regattas as Xavier has. So he's keeping his skills up, and he's well accompanied in regattas with very good crews. And right now he's taken over the lead, being on the left. So it's paying off.
Yes, indeed. So 40 minutes into this race, and how long have they been out there now? They've been out there for sort of a good 3 hours, and that's starting to tell. 3 hours of any kind of physical exertion is, you're getting near your limit, aren't you?
Yeah, you definitely are. Especially this is the third day of the regatta.
It is the third day of the regatta.
and so it takes its toll. And they're probably drying out now after the rain they've had, so that'll make it a little bit easier if the sun comes out. But going upwind, they're totally not focused on that. They're just working hard, trying to pass boats. They lose track of kind of what's going on upwind. You get into the zone, and you're always doing everything you can on the boat to go faster. And so right now they're just focusing on the boats around them, and if you do that, then you don't feel as tired.
Okay, and we're just over halfway on this final beat in this race 6. Oh, I beg your pardon. No wonder I stuttered. There's a beat to finish in this one, isn't there? 5 legs. So, Rod's got his game face on over there. He's saying there's a massive gain to Rohart. Looking at those numbers, look at that. Rohart and Guido, they went up the middle. They didn't go to the right, and they have now put 70 meters on Diaz and Prada. Tenka and Bezzaretti down to third, about the same. I think I saw Diaz and Prada and Tenka Bezzaretti cross very much. It was a very close cross, but big gain to Rohart and Guido. Has that shift come in?
Also the Ukrainians, Kashina and Mechetin, they're over there with Rohart and Guido as well, and they've made gains now in 4th place. So the left side is... actually, wait a minute. No. Kashina and Mechetin are just to leeward of Diaz and Prada.
Yes, and there's another 40 meters back from 6th to 7th. But yeah, looks like the that move by Guido and Rohart and Guido, I should say, has really paid off for them. And in the big picture, as we were pointing out earlier on, with the Brazilians not favouring well in this race, it looks like a big game for Rohart and Guido and also Diaz and Prada.
Yeah, but I these guys, the races that they've been sailing have been pretty consistent. They still, if they had to count these races, if they finish in 20th or 30th, they can drop those because their other finishes are pretty consistent and pretty high, that even a bad race today won't really affect the standings all that much, especially if they're able to get a race off tomorrow.
Yes, indeed. So, Ben, can you just show us how many meters we've got to that leeward gate? Sorry, to top mark. God, they're all over to the right there, hey? See, that's what just amazes me. Rohart and Guido go left. Everybody else has gone right. They could even see them going left. They might have done. And they've still gone right. And look at that gain. That's incredible. So we've got just over a kilometre to go, 0.6 of a mile. And that certainly looks like a shift. The boats out on the right are going to be hitting that ley line pretty much soon, and that's a lot earlier on this leg, hey? So
yeah, right now it's a left-hand shift, so it's favoring the boats on the left-hand side. And as soon as we see any type of right-hand shift, you're going to see Diaz and Prada and the Hungarians back into the game a little bit. But right now the boats on the left, including Dalhen and that's a tough one.
That is a tough one, isn't it? We'll have to practice that one later on.
The Swedish, they're faring pretty well on the left out there with Rohart and Guido.
Come on, let's have a go. Darlin and Kagasniemi. That's not
I think
bad.
that sounds good to me.
Okay, I was having a real problem with that ice cream earlier on. What's it?
Stracciatella.
All right, you got me on that one. So, as we say, Rohart and Guido now have a substantial lead on Diaz and Prada. And look at that, Tenka and Bezzaretti coming back in. But the real news, the fantastic news is Super Mario has just delivered the double espressos, which are going to see us through race 6. Rod is literally grinning from ear to ear. Andy doesn't know. He is so elated. He doesn't know what to do with himself. Oh, he's telling me to telling me to get back to the yacht racing. Sorry. But how am I going to stir my espresso if I've... Oh, okay, right. All right, sorry. You put a strap line up. Oh, go on, do that again. Grazie, Super Mario. Fantastic. Kathleen's helping me out with my... I shouldn't have it. I shouldn't have sugar in my espresso, but thank you very much. Grazie, Super Mario. Grazie. His name really is Mario. Now, come on. I've got to try and concentrate here. The coffee will do it. Don't worry. It's funny, you know. You go all over the world and nobody can make a cup of tea like the English. Now, I've really opened myself up there. The Maltese are very good, actually, to be fair. But I've been out to the States recently, and I have to say, Kathleen, I was very disappointed in the coffee in the United States of America.
Louis, that's because we don't have good coffee in the United States. We have to come to Europe to get good coffee. We have what's called Starbucks, and people don't really drink coffee at Starbucks. It tastes like it's burnt coffee. Most people drink that Frappuccino, Grande, Mochaccino with double cream, and that's not really coffee. So Americans have kind of lost their taste for coffee, and that's why you have to come here to Gaeta and hang out with Super Mario.
Well, that's a fantastic explanation. Anyway, Super Mario, this is a fantastic double espresso. My compliments to the chef, or whatever a coffee maker's called, a grinder,
Barista.
I guess. So, with 720 something meters to go, they've been racing now for close to 49, 50 minutes, say, like that. And Rohart and Guidu have got a fantastic lead here, with Diaz and Prada 80 meters behind them. Courtesy of Virtual Eye, we can see that. And Tengen Bezzaretti in third place. And hopefully we can find Rachele Vitello out on the water to call this one for us. And then Andy, the wizard, for our last leg is going to be giving us another demonstration. But that's our windward leg, isn't it? I'll tell you what, Andy. Those... well, no, we'll save that masterclass for that last windward leg. So anyway, back to the records. I'm afraid we've had a bit of a coffee spillage here. No, it's sugar. Okay. Anyway, back to the records. We're going to have to learn how to pronounce Darlin and Kagazniemi because they're up to fifth. The Swedish, fantastic work there. Kashin and Machetin up to fourth. The Ukrainian pair, they've been having a great regatta. And let's see how the Grails are getting on. Can we go and see if Torben Grail and Lars Grail are still in the same sort of water and how they're getting on? But my word, they're not even top 20, are they?
Yeah, this is really surprising. I had expected that the Grails would climb their way up through the fleet. And, well, actually, you've got Larser in 17th, and I think at the first windward mark he was in about 30th. I bet we're going to see him get a little bit higher than that before the race is over.
Okay, so how are we doing on that, Ben? Can we see where Torben Grail is and Lars Grail? And as we were saying earlier, you know, it doesn't matter how good you are. Once you get into that pack, it's really difficult to escape, isn't it?
Yeah, in the middle of the fleet, there's no breeze and there's very few lanes. So most of the gains are made at the windward mark, jockeying for position, and downwind where things open up a little bit more and they can go with just pure raw speed. But upwind, when you're in the middle of the fleet, it's really hard unless there's some major shifts going on, long-lasting shifts that they can build leverage on. But we don't see that happening here today.
Yeah, indeed. And so they're back there. You know, at the moment, Torben Grail, Lars Grail, looks like they're going to have a poor result today. There is a discard available, but the other significant team having a poor result at the moment is Merkelbach and Bartel. They're back in 16th and they're carrying a 55-point OCS. So they'll be scoring whatever they get this race. But he's a real fighter. We've seen that. He came back up from 20th to take 7th or 8th. I think he was in race 4 or something. So we'll see how that goes on. But I'd say Merkelbach and Bartel in big trouble if they're going to, we have a chance of winning this championship. What do you say?
Yeah, with that other race with so many points, it's going to be really hard to stay in the top 5 with the other sailors being so consistent, getting scores in the top 10 and top 5. So Merkelbach's going to have to, in the next race, pull out a top 3 finish if he wants to finish in the top 3 or even top 5.
Okay, and so Ben, if we can get that mark in view and see how far the teams have got to go. So just under 200 metres to that top mark. And I know we've got Rachele Vitello out there on the water. We're going to come to Rachele in a bit, 200 metres away. But at the moment, Rohart and Guidu are 92 metres ahead of Diaz and Prada, with Tenka and Bezzaretti in 3rd. We just saw that change. So, Rachele, perhaps you can tell us what the conditions are like out on the race course.
Certainly, the wind is dropping, and we are about on 8 to 9 knots, and the sky is getting clearer and the clouds are gone. So the sun is coming back in, and probably we're going back to a thermal breeze. So probably going back towards the 245 degrees. And here is Rohart Guidu going by the mark right in front of me. They look tired, I have to say. Happy but tired. And, there's a big distance, big gap between them and the second boat. There's a big gap. So the fleet is really, really spread out. So that was probably because of the different conditions, different changing of the wind during this race. So it's Ogi Diaz with Bruno Prada going by me now. They all look tired, I have to say. It's been a tough day out there. They got rained on too, and the boats are definitely going slowlier, making it probably a bit easier for the bowman. But still, it's a tough job, the bowman on the Star Class. And now it's a Swedish boat, Blue Star 8108 going by, and we're gonna see some crossing here at the top mark, because the first boats coming from the left are approaching, and they're going on the stern of the Brazilian boat Bow 19 8405, and it's the local Nando Colanino getting closer to the top mark. He is the first Italian on the ranking at the moment. Hopefully he can make it on the top 10, and I say hopefully because it would be the pride of the yacht club Gaeta, both from Gaeta, him and his son. And the wind is dropping, and it doesn't look like it's going to get stronger in the next future.
Raquel, thank you for being our eyes and ears out there, and for telling us that the wind is dropping. And hey, it's not a surprise that there's signs of fatigue out there. This is day 3, race 6 of an intense Star European Championship. And anyway, as the boats are rounding there. We'll show a few more coming round. Now let's go to that. We've got a lovely piece here with Xavier Rohart and Sebastian Guidou winning race 6. We've got a lovely masterclass from Xavier Rohart sailing with Ponso, his normal crew, and here's how to go upwind in a star.
Xavier Rohart, yeah, Alexis Ponso. Xavier, I wonder if you could just give us a quick 2-3 minutes lesson in how do you make a star go fast?
So it's a nice trick. This lady is quite delicate. The water lines are designed quite straight, so the balance of the boat is difficult to find. So the key is to find the balance between the hull shape, the position, the hull shape, the shape sail also, and then to have the less helm as possible and get the maximum power. So for that we have some trims like Cunningham, Vang, main sheet, and we can also adjust the shrouds to bend more or less the mast and to find the balance. So we can show you a little bit going upwind. C'est bon, Pierre? Allez, c'est parti le pape. So the key is to put some power against the sails, and then you find the balance of the boat. The helm, if it's too much, you just reduce a little bit the power using auto. Okay, that's much better. The check stay like this, and then you hike as much as you can. And we surely have to tack now because of the reef.
Okay, you tack, I'll stay where I am.
Yeah, you can try, nice and slow. Let's go. So to go faster than the other, you need to get as much as power as you can from the sail, and then transmit all this power through the hull. And we are also there to transmit all the weight we can. So hiking and adjusting when we are sailing upwind during the upwind. Mostly we use the two backstay, lower and upper and lower. So, and depending the wind, if you see like this, the wind is coming up, I'm releasing a bit, get the sail flatter, and it can have more wind speed inside. So, and everything else is very classic. You drive the boat through the waves. Okay, more wind. And you can see, maybe you can have a look to the sail. So we are using all the place the sail is flapping to know how much power it is, and we can adjust to have less flaps, more open leech, and go higher without giving too much the speed.
Xavier, it's a huge mainsail, a very large mainsail on this thing, and a very, very low boom. You can see right there. And there's not a lot of space to get under there.
No.
Very long, large boom. So quite a lot of power generated by this mainsail. Huh?
Definitely. It's why we have to sail really near the wind. So we are 25, 27 apparent wind.
and we drift a little bit. Maybe you see it from the. So we are 30, 32 from the wind. So it's the only option we have to have not overpowered all the time.
And lastly, just your crew position there. You are hiked right out.
Alexis.
His back is skimming the water. And this is hard work, guys. Hard work.
You see. So another tack, because woo, not much water there. Ok, dans 3 longueurs, 2, 1, c'est parti.
Well, there you go. Xavier Rohart and Alexis Ponceau showing what Virtual Eye can't show us, which is the fact that it's pretty physical out there. And we've got about half a mile to go in this last downwind leg. And hold on, my phone's just gone. My word, I don't believe it. It's Digby Fox. Digby, how are you?
Hey, Louis, how's it going? I'm over in Alicante. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear, Digby Fox, international sailing broadcaster. We even spelt it correctly, Digby.
Well, that's the result. Listen, I've just been tuning into the last 20 minutes of race number 6. Hey, it's nice to see Xavier Rohart. Is Xavier sailing with Sébastien Guidou or Sébastien's brother?
No, he's sailing with Sébastien Guidou. He's sailing with Seb, that's doing all the logistics here. He's a busy boy, is Sébastien.
Yeah, well, so that's 2 Star Sailors League founders there, Xavier and Sébastien, winning race 6. And I was just having a quick look at the overalls. They, after 5 races, they are second overall on 11.3 points, 1.3 point behind Torben Grail and De Almeida. So this race is looking good for Rohart and Guidou overall.
Oh, absolutely. Particularly, Diggers, if you're aware that Lars Grail is 16th, but Torben is at the moment out of the top 20. There is a discard, and I'm pretty sure this will probably it for Torben. This will be his discard. So, yeah, a fantastic effort by Rohart and Guidou. And I don't know whether you know this, Digby, but they got a hole punched in the side of their boat yesterday. So it's been a very interesting regatta here, Diggers, I can tell you.
So just remind me, Louis, they are doing how many races? They're trying to get 7 in overall. Looks like a nice coffee there. Yeah, a little cappuccino or a little espresso.
Yeah, Super Mario. Go on. Can you get the Super Mario? We're just going to change your tag to Super Mario tag. I love that tag. Here we go. Anyway, sorry, Diggers. The series is 7 races, so we've got 1 more day of racing after today. So there's 1 race scheduled for tomorrow. So it's really tight at the top, I can tell you that, Diggers. But at the moment, Sébastien Guidou sailing with Xavier Rohart are leading in race 6, and they are over 100 metres ahead of Augie Diaz, who's the 5th placed in the Star Sailors League, and Bruno Prada number 1 in the Star Sailors League. And Diggers, I'm delighted to say, sitting next to me, I've got Kathleen Tock, and Kathleen was in a 49er team with Jenny Tulloch, who I think you're working with over in Alicante. Is that right?
Oh, that's fantastic! Yeah.
Do you want to have a word? Kathleen. Do you want to have a word with Kathleen?
Well, yeah, sure. Why not? I'm here working on the Volvo race, and obviously your past crewmate Jenny has been doing an amazing job doing the kind of daily updates, and she's about to do some live updates on leg 8. The Volvo fleet leaves Lisbon in Portugal for Lorient in France. It's 700 nautical miles, so a bit further than a Fastnet race. But yeah, Jenny's doing a wonderful job here. And if you've got any gossip, yeah, let us know. We can always wind her up over this end.
Well, Diggers, you might have 600 miles to go. We've got 300 metres to go to the Lure Gate. So I'm gonna say thanks for calling in, Diggers. I'm got to be a bit careful here. Marks out of 10, Diggers. I'm stepping into your Crocs. You can be honest. Marks out of 10.
10, a full 10, Louis.
Oh, that's
nothing less.
You're only getting the beer and the fiver. I promised you if you said that.
Hey, best regards to the other Star Sailor League team there, Andy and Rod and Ben and all you guys. Fantastic job. Very nice to see this and very nice to experience it from, at work. I'm actually supposed to be editing our program, our episode now, but I shall get back to work and have this on in a little corner. And it's pretty cool seeing this live tracking, and it's rather nice to see Xavier Rohart and Sebastien Guidou doing so well, and pass them my warmest regards.
We will certainly do that, Digby. And thanks very much for calling in. Bye for now. So I'll hand you over to Kathleen. Sorry, Kathleen, cut you off there. What's going through your mind? We've got Rohart and Guidou approaching the Lure Gate.
Downwind, but also Diaz and Prada have doubled their lead on the boats behind them. So it's Richard and Guidou getting richer, Diaz and Prada getting richer, and then a good fight between the third and fourth place boat. Those two, it looks like they just, I don't know whether they got into more wind or they just have greater boat speed than the boats just behind them, but they have extended and are going to have a fairly comfortable upwind leg, but there's going to be a battle going behind them. And there we see Rohart and Guidou rounding the left-hand mark, going to the right side of the course. And that's a pretty typical anticipated move. And they're probably going to take a long trek out there because they're controlling the race easily right now. And we'll probably see Diaz and Prada follow them. I would highly doubt that Diaz and Prada would tack out after the gate. They're going to be joining that parade off to the right-hand side of the course.
Yes, indeed, and we'll just get the lead in seconds as Diaz and Prada round that Leeward Gate, and the lead is 35 seconds, so that's a pretty comfortable lead. And they looked like they were going to go, but I think they were just teasing us there. They're Diaz and Prada at on the same tack, but as you say, we've got a lovely battle coming in here for third. Kashina and Mechiton, Darlin and Kazin, and Tenka and Bezaretti coming in. That's the Hungarian and Ukrainian pair. Oh, they're rounding virtually together. Let's see the boat-on-boat action here. So Tenka and Bezaretti just 4 seconds ahead of the Ukrainians, and Darlin and Kazniemi just 6 seconds off the Ukrainian pair.
And it looks like the Ukrainians had a little better rounding than the Hungarians, which will help them out in this long parade off to the right-hand side. And then we see the Swedes tacking away there. They were to lure to those two boats after rounding the mark and wouldn't have clear air to stay. They would just fall further and further behind. And there's enough spread in the fleet that tacking out and going a little bit to the left and then tacking back, they should be okay. They won't lose too much. And if there's any shift to the left, they're going to gain a little. But they couldn't have stayed there where they were in that long march to the right-hand side. So they're probably going to look to go as soon as they can. Or maybe not.
Indeed. Yeah, as you rightly point out, in that dirty air, they were never going to get past those But yeah, Darlin and Kazniemi, they're rolling the dice there. They're heading over to the left-hand side of the course. And we just had Brugioni and Sansoni having another great race, rounding in 6th. And the Ukrainians, Guriev and Kushner, in 7th. And yeah, then we've got a different Austrian pair doing well, Felsman and Lux. And Gonzago and Neto with De Freitas rounding in 9th. And Schenecker and Wallinger just behind the Colininos, the first Italian boat round. And we still can't see, we can see Lars Grail just coming up to round. It certainly looks like Guidu, Prada and Bezzaretti, maybe not Bezzaretti, but let's say Guidu, Rohart sailing with Guidu and Diaz sailing with Prada look like a pretty comfortable 1-2. And Tenka and Bezzaretti, they're throwing the dice a bit there. They look like they're heading over to the left-hand side. Are they going to come back? Or are they going to go over and see if they can make a gain? I suppose not a lot to lose by doing it, but pressure from Kashnina and Mecheti. Let's focus in on that battle for third.
Well, I think he saw the boats behind him starting to go off to the left-hand side and probably felt that he wasn't going to catch the boats in front of him. So at that point, he probably wanted to tack away and cover the boats that were closest to him and make sure that he can control them and stay ahead. Now, interestingly, we have Torben Grail choosing to go around the right-hand mark facing downwind, which will put him off on the left-hand side of the course for the upwind. And he's really the third boat to do that. He's in the back. He's definitely rolling the dice right now. He knows he's got good boat speed. He's going to have clean air, and he's going to hope that there is a left-hand shift in this last upwind leg.
Yes, indeed. And just to poke my head out of the tent just then, and there is an awful lot of cloud over the land at the moment, dark cloud, and that could signify that the wind might be dropping on the shore, and there could be more wind for Torben Grail and Mark de Almeida out there on the left. So we'll see how that works out for them. Ben, could we just move back to meters as we round? We've got 20 boats round and going on that last upwind leg at the moment. Thank you, Ben.
And we're also seeing Lars Grail, who's gone to 14th place. Also, you have Dino Pascolato, who's climbed up to 12th. He had a great first day, not such a good day yesterday, but he's been managed to work his way back up towards the top of the fleet. And we're starting to see Mark Reynolds and Sergio Lambertini up to 17th. I mean, that's not where they want to be, but they've actually cut their places in half here. And I expect they're going to pass a few more boats on this last upwind leg.
Yeah, and interesting to see Rohart, Guidu and Diaz and Prada now inside that ley line. And perhaps that means we have had a shift back. So we'll keep an eye on those boats that have gone over to the left-hand side of the course and see how they get on. But at the moment, Rohart and Guidu and Diaz and Prada look really rock solid for first and second. But then there's a terrific battle below that for third place between Tenka and Bezzaretti, who have the advantage over the Swede Darlin and Kazuniemi. And that's going to be an interesting battle between those two. And the top Brazilian pair that won the last race yesterday are up in 6th, Brugioni and Sansoni. So they're having another cracking race today. Felsman and Lux, that's the first time we've seen them in the top 10 for the regatta. So they'll be absolutely happy with 7th place, but they're being pushed very hard by the Ukrainians, Guriev and Kushnir, and also Gonzago, Neto and De Freitas in the hunt there. The Coloninos dropped back down to 10th, but they're still the top Italian boats. And Kathleen's just pointing out it might be too late, but Torben Grail and De Almeida, they're up to 20th. And every scalp they can take here, it could be important for the overall, eh?
Yeah, and we saw them go around that left-hand mark, headed to the left side of the course. I'm not sure that it's favored. I think they probably have clear air and a good lane and are going fast, and that's where we're seeing the difference.
Indeed, and at the moment, Torben Grail is discarding an 11th. So this is only going to be a value to him if he can get up to 10th place. I'm not sure if he's anywhere near aware of that, but he knows that every time he takes a place, it's got to be good for him. And there we see Torben Grail and De Almeida tacking. right over on the left-hand side of the course. So I'll tell you what, Ben, we'll go for an aerial here as the fleet are going on this last leg of race 6, the last leg of today, almost certainly. Yeah, there's our aerial.
Yeah, this is a right-hand shift. We've got almost the entire fleet on port tack, which indicates that the wind has gone right. So that's going to help out Torben and the other boats over on the left-hand side.
Yeah, indeed. And the interesting thing about that shift over is that when Rohart and Diaz do tack over, that will be a lift, won't it? So when they hit that ley line on the right-hand side, they are going to see a lift, aren't
right, and they're waiting and looking at their compasses for that shift. They're going to be patient. They've got a lead. They've got good speed. They're extending right now, being patient for that shift, and then when they tack on starboard, they're just going to extend. And right now, it's not that windy out there, so the shifts are slow in coming, and patience is key to making a good decision and going at the right moment.
Indeed. So the boats that are now in phase on the left-hand side, once they tack over, then they're out of phase if the shift stays over that side, if that makes any sense. So they might be making some gains on the left now, but it's probably going to be short-lived. And Rohart and Guido still leading, but the gap, Diaz and Prado, is now down to 62 metres, which is interesting. Tenke and Bezarete are also being challenged by both Darlin and Kashina, who are also possibly in touch with that third podium spot. There's also a cracking battle going on between Felsman, Lux, the Austrians, the Brazilians, Brioni and Sansoni, and the Ukrainians, Guriev and Kushner. They're very much neck and neck. So there's positions to be had very late on race day 3, eh?
Yeah, and we're seeing some good performances from the Austrians, currently in 6th place, and one just dropped off the board. But the Austrians have been sailing very well in this race, and it's as we said in the last race, we had 8 countries finishing in the top 10, which just shows you how international this regatta is, and every country has some very, very high quality sailors that are here representing.
Yes, indeed. And then, with the ability to have the numbers in front of us with Virtual Eye, we can see Torben Grail down in 18th. So he's got a couple of scalps, but to get back up to 10th, it's over 200 metres. There's no way he's going to improve his score with what we've got left to go. What have we got left to go, Ben? Could you show us on Virtual Eye, please? The last leg of race 6, last leg of the day. I can hear a buzz at the club here. There's a lot of people coming. It's Saturday night and it's a regatta dinner night, so I think it's going to be buzzing here tonight, isn't it?
And they just stole our fan.
Did they?
Yeah, it's getting a little hot in here.
Yeah, we only borrowed it. That wasn't our fan. That was their fan. They did say we could borrow it, but yeah. So anyway, the club's starting to buzz here. The Yacht Club Gaeta. We've got the regatta dinner tonight, and I'm sure it's going to be very popular with the members as well as the competitors here. And there's over 100 competitors, and I'm sure they'll be welcomed by the members of the Yacht Club Gaeta. They have been absolutely fantastic all week, and hopefully we'll meet a few of them tonight. Rohart and Guido, they're now 86 metres clear with 0.7 of a nautical mile to go. Let's have a look at Tenke and Bezarete. Yeah, they're still under pressure from Darlin and Kazniemi and Kashnino and Mechitin. That's still all to play for, and that battle's still going on there. And the interesting thing here is that Kathleen's just pointing out to me, Merkelbach and Bartel, those guys just don't know when to give up. They're up to 10th. That's a hell of a recovery from the Germans there, and they're holding that OCS, and they must have made 10, 15 places in the latter part of this race.
Yeah, clearly they have good boat speed because we really haven't seen them on the chart this whole race. And they've somehow worked their way through the fleet upwind in the middle. And that's not just smart thinking. That's really good boat speed because it's hard to do that, especially on an upwind in a large fleet.
Yes, thanks for that. And so we're 1 hour and 20 minutes into race 6, and the last race of the day, they're putting on these 5 legs so that they're beating nearer to the yacht club. But I have to say, it must be incredibly tiring for the crews to do a 5-leg second race of the day. That's a total of 9 legs. They're racing close to 18 miles with lots of turning. That's a long way in a star, isn't it?
Yeah, and it makes you even more tired when it's not flat water. And out there it isn't flat water. And so when you have the waves, it just makes it a little bit harder. You expend a little bit more energy. The crews are getting a little more wet. And the water out there is not warm. The crews are wearing neoprene. It's beautiful and sunny, well, except for today. But you get even more tired when it's a bit choppy and you have waves.
Yeah, that's great. The one thing Virtual Eye can't show us is the amount of energy these guys are expending out there. But let's see, Rohart and Guido, they still look very solid up at the top. And Diaz and Prada have fallen in behind them. Would you say that Diaz and Prada are settling for second here?
It looks like it. The only way that they can really get ahead is if they tacked off to the right again. They have some room to do it. They're not on the ley line. It would be a bit risky because of the boats behind them. Right now I think they're just covering the boats behind them, knowing that they probably can't get the French. But maybe at the end, Diaz and Prada will take one tack out and give it a good go. But what would really happen is the French would just tack on them and then match them every time. So I think they're sitting comfortably, and right now they've got to watch because the boats behind them they're on the other tack, heading a little bit more to the right. So I expect that we're going to see Diaz and Prada tack over in a little bit.
Okay, and obviously we were celebrating Oggy's birthday earlier on, and he's going to be pretty happy with a bullet in a second, isn't he?
That was his game plan for today. As we mentioned earlier, that you've got to get a couple of top 3 finishes here if you want a chance at getting a medal of being on the podium. And that's what they came to do. They've been really consistent. They really haven't had bad finishes. They had a little bit of bad luck yesterday coming into a mark and not making it, having to circle around and going from 6th to 19th. So they definitely wanted to avoid mistakes like that today. And they just focused on getting off the line, and they really wanted to play right. And, you can say what you want to do in the beginning of the day, but it's another thing to make it happen and commit to that. And they've really committed to their game plan today, and we've seen them just sail a whole lot better.
Indeed, and if it stays as it is, my maths is pretty poor, but I think I've got this right. Xavier Rohart, Sebastian Guidu will be on 12.3 points, and Oggy Diaz and Bruno Prada will be on 17 points. So that's a difference of 4 and a bit. So if we have one race tomorrow, I mean, it's doable, hey? If Xavier Rohart has a bad day, a bad race tomorrow, Augie could put four, 5 boats in between them, couldn't they?
Yeah, you definitely can. It won't be easy, and you never know. We had a lot of damage with boats yesterday, and that actually worked out in Xavier's favor because he ended up getting average points after finishing first. So strange things happen, and you really can't predict.
Yeah, indeed. And, we'll wait to do the full maths once we've got the results here. But let's just see how far we've got to go again, Ben, to that finish line. Well, we're just under... Well, we're coming up to 500 metres, and hopefully we'll have Raquel Vitello out there. I expect some very good body language from... Rohart and Guidu, and also Diaz and Prada. And look at that, the Swede, Darlin, sailing with Kazaniemi, winning that battle for third at the moment, pushing Tenken Bezzaretti down, but it's only 4 or 5 metres in it. So a good battle there. Kashin and Meshitin, they look like they're falling a bit behind. Could we just have a look at Darlin and Kazagniemi there, please, Ben? Let's see where they are. See if they're a boat on boat with Tenka and Vezaretti. No, not at all. There's quite a gauge between the two of them. Could you just show us the gauge between Darlin and Tenka? How far away they are?
Wow, we've got Lars Grail all the way up to 10th place.
Wow, yeah, that's jumping. Yeah, 260 meters. So I guess they will be focusing on them. I doubt if they realise it's that close. You were saying that yesterday. Mark Reynolds was talking about the Ukrainian pair, and he thought, yeah, they're close. They're nearly ahead of me. And what did Virtual Eye tell us?
Yeah, the distance was a lot greater than they thought.
Indeed, yeah, they don't have hand-bearing compasses. It's very difficult to judge time over distance, particularly over that length of 260 meters. So there we got the head-on shot of the finish, as if we were a helicopter above the finish line. This Virtual Eye, we have 6 virtual cameras around the course, and we can even have more. So it's a fantastic piece of technology. And as we are closing in on the line, hopefully we'll have Raquel call us in, and we can see what's going on.
And right now it looks like the sailors over on the left-hand side of the course have made some big gains. The Brazilians are over there, 3 right now, sitting 7th, 8th, and 9th, making gains on the boats that are on the right-hand side. Now, if that's going to hold, we don't know. If it does, we're going to see that gap get even smaller between those boats, and that means a lot in the scores if Lars Grail is able to move himself up. It's incredible what he's done already. So he's hoping that the breeze doesn't shift back the other way.
Yeah, indeed, and he's in a battle there with the 2 other Brazilian teams, Gonzaga and Neto and De Freitas. They'd love to be top Brazilian boat today. They haven't been so far, and just as I said that, Brigioni and Sansoni, they've now taken the top Brazilian spot. And let's go down to... Yeah, the Coloninos are still winning that battle there as the top Italian boat, and they're going to love that. But as we start to get close to the finish of race 6, with just 1 to go, it's going to be Rohart and Guido doing that last tack for the line. There they go. I don't think they're going to make that. There'll be 1 more tack, and they'll be through that line. It'll be the last tack for Xavier and Sebastien. I'm sure they're close to being spent. And Diaz and Prada, a good 80 meters behind, but secure for second. We just lost Rohat and Gidu off the tracker for a second there. I'm sure it's not that dramatic. And I believe we've got some eyes out there anyway. So what we'll do is we'll go straight over to Raquel Vitello. Tell us what's going on out there.
Xavier Hart and Sebastian Guidu were just passing by us. Very happy, very satisfied, very tired, I have to say. And they're waving at us at the moment. Yes, that was a face of happiness, pure happiness, I would say. So after what happened yesterday, I don't think they could have thought that such a good day was ahead of them. So, yes, they're happy. They're very happy, and it makes us happy, too. So, and it's an American boat turn. Yeah, it's Ogi Diaz and Bruno Parada going by in second place. Yes, they're quite, they seem to be quite happy, too. And it was a very slow downwind and upwind with, as I said, the wind going down to 8 and probably even less knot. But on the last half of the leg up, the wind increased a little bit. So coming here, the boats are looking are looking faster at least, and they're in. The bowmen are in their usual position. Actually, we saw Sebastian Guidou hanging out very low with lots of strength up until the end. And they were not competing with anybody directly. So it was just because they had the strength given by the victory, I think. So on my left-hand side, I have the committee vote with the race committee all looking at the votes coming. They seem quite satisfied too. They closed a very good day on the water, and they were able to have 2 races, and it didn't look so good at some point today, I have to say. So we were quite lucky with the weather in the end, and it was an awesome day on the water, I have to say, overall. Nando Colanino is getting closer to the line with his son, and they are probably going to be still tonight the first Italian boat on the ranking. Unfortunately for the yacht club, they're not going to be in the third European boat. So yes, the wind is finally increasing now at the arrival.
Okay, Raquel, thank you very much for that, and we're stay online, Raquel, but we've got the times coming in, the deltas coming in from that, and just to confirm, Xavier Rohart and Sebastien Guidou winning race 6 and now leading the Star European Championship with just 1 race to go. Happy birthday, Augie Diaz. First and second today with Bruno Prada, was second in race 6, and we believe he's now second. They're now second overall. Tenke and Bezzaretti won that battle in race 6 for the last podium position, just from Darlin and Kazagniemi, the Swedish team. And wow, there was 1 second between 4th and 5th. Kashina and Machetin just losing out by a second. And top Brazilian team for the last race of today and the last race of tomorrow. Of yesterday, sorry, Brugioni and Sansoni are just a second ahead of the Ukrainians Guriev and Kushnir. In fact, you know, in a really tense last race, with the wind dying, it must have been extremely stressful out there. 3rd to 7th, 10 seconds. That's how close it was out there. In 8th place, the top Italian team of the Colaninos. They'll be raising a glass at the regatta dinner tonight. And the top Austrian team, well done to Felsman and Lux in 9th position, and in 10th position Gonzago, Netti and De Freitas. So the 2 lesser known Brazilian teams defeating the much better known Brazilian teams, all with at least a silver star. So we're watching the results come in, and we'll leave you with that. We'll do a bit of maths and hopefully get some results out there pretty soon to see how it stands overall. But yeah, it's the regatta dinner tonight. Tell me, Kathleen, just tell me what colour you're going to wear, because I don't want to clash.
I have a few outfits in my bag I haven't picked yet.
Well, okay. Is it going to, how about,
I'm wearing a dress, so I would urge you maybe wear something different.
There is no problem finding the dress for the fuller figure here in Gaeta, but it's matching the accessories. I mean, it's a logistical nightmare, really.
Yeah, I've tried to do a little bit of shopping here in Gaeta, and it's not quite my style.
Okay.
But yeah, there's the food shops are great, but when it comes to the clothing, this probably isn't the place. I need to go to Milan or Rome.
And what's the dress code for the Gaeta Yacht Club Regatta dinner? I should say the Star European Championship.
I'm not sure. I don't know if this is a Blue Blazer event. I think you just need to look nice. You should maybe sport some of your Star Sailors League apparel. That's always in fashion these days.
Well, I think this one needs a bit of a wash, to be honest with you. But no, I think I'll go shirt and trousers. And do you think I'll get away with flip flops, or shall I?
Flip flops. No one's looking at your feet.
Okay.
But maybe some sort of velvet.
Yeah, we are in Italy, aren't we?
Yeah.
I should dress up, really.
Your leisure? Do you still have your leisure suit?
Yeah, we should explain as well that Ben, he's come all the way from New Zealand, and they lost your luggage, Ben, didn't they?
Ben, you can borrow one of my dresses.
Yeah, Ben's wardrobe is in Singapore, isn't it? Singapore. Hey, if you're listening to this, Singapore, Ben wants his clothes back. Hey, that's the end of the Star European Championships for race 6. We're going to keep the stream running as you see the boats all finishing, so that you can see all they are. But we'll be back with you tomorrow for the very last day of the Star European Championships from the gorgeous Gaeta, where we have one more race left. But as always, we'd like to say our thank yous, and I've got to say a thank you once again to Kathleen Tock for giving us some decent coverage rather than my rubbish. Thank you very much, Kathleen.
It's been a pleasure.
Yeah.
And buona serata.
Buona serata from Kathleen, and also well done today, Andy. Andy does everything. We'll have some kind of name for you tomorrow. We'll put it across like
Master.
Super Mario. Well done, Ben. Well done, Rod. Hope you've enjoyed the show, everybody, and please come back and see us tomorrow for the final race of the Star European Championships 2015. But for now, it's goodbye.